What is up, ScarKnight, bringing you a brand new day of Day 38 Pokemon Xenoverse Retro / Vintage Hunt / Shiny Hunt. I don't know if I should add that part, but we are here, and apologies yet again for, because yesterday was probably a later start to the day. This is probably the latest start. We're almost starting basically at 1 o'clock. And my sleep schedule did not get better. And I partially know the reason why. Like, it might happen again tomorrow? A question mark? I'm not sure, but we're gonna try to slowly fix it, and we'll make it up very soon. I just need to get ahead of my sleep schedule and all that. It's just I knew that this weekend was gonna fuck me up partially, so yeah. For the count, when it comes to yesterday, we made a total of 3 mistakes, and hopefully I can read this fine, but I believe it's 1304 to 1305. I believe double counted 14, I think this says 08, and 1409. We double counted again. I don't think I'm counting this right, actually. What we started at 1338, right? So maybe it's never mind. Forget the first thing I said. 1408 to 1409, if I'm reading that correctly, that's the first mistake. Then 1419, 1420, 1430, 1435, and then 1437 to 1438. There's one of those I'm miscounting, and I don't know which one. From my understanding, it's just a positive of negative 1. So we just take away 1. It's just confusing me, bro. Did I not just count it myself? Unless that is a marking. Alright, well, shit. I have to fucking count it over again. Alright, well, either way, I'll do -2. How about that? Just, I think that's what it is. -2. Because, if it was 3 to 1, that's, on the negative side for double counting, it is -2. And I'm pretty sure that does actually sound about right, because I remember thinking to myself, oh, it is over 300, but it's like close to 320. So, that did cross my mind. Either way, let's just get started. I don't even know how many moves I have left when it comes to... Oh, I went to the Pokemon Center. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right. I did do that on purpose, huh? And let's just go as far as we can, I suppose. I don't know. It's kind of already 1 o'clock, and I guess my plan is just to go all the way with 5:45. Really, that's as far as I could go, and that'll be over 4 hours. So I mean, it works. I mean, I don't know. I don't like the fact that got here a bit late, but it doesn't matter regardless, because as long as I have 4 hours of a stream, I'm okay with it, because I'm trying to get the most bang out of my buck, pretty much. Because I keep using that phrase and all that. I don't know. But yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know. I also have like this really big idea for Pokemon Archipelago, but I feel like if people see this VOD and yet to see the game, there's gonna be major spoilers, gigantic spoilers, if we go through with the plan. Storytelling wise, I'm still beyond surprised of how, because we got 60-60 again. I'm still beyond surprised of how much I don't know. I'm very surprised on like that I'm mostly the one doing the story, except for the they did the beginning part, like the very beginning part of how everything gets started, but not so much everything else. So yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that. 60-61. And I feel like at the same time, like, I don't know, they put me in charge of like talking about characters and towns and shit like that, but I don't know, that's just the place he put me in. Like, I could easily do the story myself if I needed to. And I had thought of another idea, but I don't want to overtake their jobs, because that's, you know, that's what they're assigned to do, is write the story of it. So it makes me feel a bit weird. And I don't want to really dominate either when nobody had asked me to. So I'm not really not sure what to do in this situation. But the thing that I do think of is technically a character. So I don't know. And it's a bit too wild, I'm not gonna lie. Because it's either they're gonna react very positively or go like, oh shit, yeah, that's gonna make shit overcomplicated, and that's not what I envisioned for my game. But, like, through the casual fan playing this, they won't really, you know, I'm sure that when they're playing the Pokemon fan-made game, they're pretty used to this idea, I suppose. But yeah, I just need to consider if it makes it work. I'll talk about it later, potentially. I'll bring it up if Foe's here, but if he's not here at some point, because it is kind of later in the day or the night for him. But it is an interesting idea nonetheless. I also, just now before the stream, well, I mean, okay, first off, like, yeah, I woke up and I was very slouchy, like, because I had put my alarm to get up at 11. I was very exhausted, so I slept a bit more, and, you know, tried to put the alarm further to 11:45, and I still felt no different. And I was like, shit, man, I might have to sleep throughout, but I'm like, nah, I need to not break the chain and everything. And I knew to, like, I kind of thought to myself, like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to eat, then do the promotion, then do all that, because I don't want to starve myself. So, yeah, eventually I got my wherewithal around 12, like 12:10 or some shit. I almost said 12 o'clock, but no, it was pretty much closer to 12:30. It wasn't like till I started the stream at 12:30, but I was still about to eat and all that stuff. I think it was 12:20 actually. It was something like that. It was very, very last second. But like also before I started the stream, I collected that beast Leonardo DiCaprio meme that I was talking about, the little emote. So pretty proud of that. So I'm still continuing the heist of the century. I think there's like a whole day left, I'm pretty sure. As we got our egg from our shiny Ditto that we don't mention in a while, along with Drachia. No shiny Eevee quite yet. Howdy, I don't remember. Oh fuck, my bad. I think we're at 168. Part of me feels like that's not correct though. It could be 169. I think it is 169. Let's just test it out, because I feel like we covered 2 rows already. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's fine. We'll take the time to do that. But I mean, we do an average of collecting like 300 Odysseus per, so that's pretty good. Oh fuck. Okay, well, damn it! I should have stuck with my first instinct. Okay, well that's fine. Let's just go. Let's just go over. But yeah, I'm still very exhausted. It's just, I don't know. It's because, like, the weekend, there had been, shit, I didn't mean to go up here. There has been something that I would have liked to, I don't know how to say it. Basically, like I said, it got me very behind because, you know, you needed to do it that weekend when you're most free, but I was busy last weekend, so I couldn't do it on time. So now we're doing it throughout the week in parts, pretty much, if that makes sense. And yeah, no, it just kind of delays everything a bit further when I'm already, like, you know, once that's finished. Oh, the egg just barely? Damn, you see that? It wasn't like that before. That's the first time that happened. Alright, well, let's take a look at 168. We got neutral nature, Eevee, adaptability ability, quirky nature, and likes to relax. Alright, cool. And it was perfect timing. But yeah, no, it delayed everything because usually there's like a certain time where I go back to my room and I adjust the stream and then start skimming through it and shit like that, and I kind of do a routine and everything. But just imagine that, but delayed 2-3 hours later, and now I'm 2-3 hours behind. So, you know, you can imagine that I sleep a lot later and stuff, and yeah, it could be finished today, that it'll be 2-3 hour delay or whatever, so more likely Thursday, tomorrow, it's gonna be something like this where my buddies will be like, I need more sleep, bro. Or maybe not, I don't know. Maybe I'll wake up at, like, and start the stream at 11 o'clock anyway. But we should theoretically either be done today or tomorrow. And then everything will be back to normal, kind of. I say back to normal, but I don't really consider this normal either. 1666. But yeah, we'll do our best nonetheless. As for Zubats and Eevees, we also got 1500 in their count, so that's the good thing. And I did see the Pikachu short. It was called Pikachu, what's this key? I think that's what it was called. And it was another 20-minute short. 67, 1667, I should say. I'm gonna tell you right now that Pikachu short made no fucking sense. It made no fucking sense. I had more questions than answers in this short, believe it or not. Because I feel like, you know, if I do explain it, I don't know, it won't do justice, I guess. Okay, last Mega Horn, I think I missed that. Was that the last Mega Horn missed? Yeah. Alright. Okay, 1668. And hopefully we at least see a shiny here. And you probably noticed that I put the title Barnacle. Like, I just figured, like, the SpongeBob meme. And honestly, it's because, like, I was trying to figure out something water related to put in the title, and then, like, I remember, like, at the little title thing typing something in, I was telling myself, I'm like, Barnacle, and I'm like, yeah, that's the title, and I started laughing to myself, because yeah, Barnacle, we're at it again. We still haven't found shit, but yeah, that's just how it is. It's all good. 1669. One day, I'll come back to all of this and continue to search the Oddish, Zubat, and Eevee. Now that we have more than 1500, we're already at 1 out of 500 odds. So there's nothing that could stop us, unless they're just not available in the game. Then that would piss me off. 1670. Yeah, because I'm trying to think of the possibility of everything. And I read a little bit of the type null thing, like, well, I kind of got to the place a bit early to pick up my family relative and everything, because, you know, I usually do that every day, but I had more time yesterday, just a little bit, and I read a little bit of type null until, like, you know, they showed up and everything. And it was interesting when I read it a little bit. But yeah, Team Aether, I guess, was inspired by Arceus. The fact that it could change types and stuff like that, and you know, they kind of modeled this Pokemon after Arceus, and you know, you can kind of see it too. Sableye kind of resembles him a little bit and all that. So, and especially that the ability is called the RKS system and everything. But yeah, I don't know, I kind of wonder what's I don't know if they just start... So, because sometimes when they experiment, they sometimes experiment on other Pokemon and there'll be like a base or something. You know, for Mewtwo it was Mew basically because of the fossil. Except they did kind of do stem cells and stuff like that. But you know, like with Genesect, there's that fossil Pokemon and all that. So I guess... Never mind. I was gonna say like a base Pokemon, like if it was just like an Eevee or something, then they build them up. But now that I think about it, yeah, Mewtwo and Genesect are basically cells and fossil restoration systems and stuff. Let's see here. Okay. 1673, and I have caught up actually with watching the first 2 seasons of Invincible, and last night I also watched Adam Eve, like the special and everything. So now I'm finally at season 3. I'm about to start watching it, so I'll see how that goes. I'm looking forward to that. I just don't know if I want to start today or maybe not. I'm not sure. I more likely am. Okay. I also have a hard time trying to, cause you know, I was talking about the other day about like the whole gym leader thing, like over exaggerating that like every route there'd be some gym leader for storytelling or some shit. You know, again, I'm an overthinker, so I had no choice, and it's against my will that I thought about it more, and I made it to Cinnabar, basically, after the 7th gym badge, because all the other routes has been taken, covered, and stuff, and then, you know, for people that were like, well, there's not that many routes for all the gym leaders, like, you know, consider revisiting the routes, like, those gym leaders won't stay there forever, you know, but, I'm having a really hard time remembering the Sebi Island section, because I don't play that as much. I forgot how many times it's like, you know, the trips to get there. So you get to one island, and then you go to Kindle Road, then you go to Mount Ember. And I'm like trying to remember if you go further into Mount Ember, if that's optional, or if you just go back to Kindle Road, then Island 1, then go to Island 2, then go to Island 3, into Bun Bridge, into Berry Forest. Like, I'm trying to remember the order, if that's, unless that was just it. I don't know. And even still, like, even if I go further past that, and think about post-game, I'm like trying to think of the order for like Island 4, 5, 6, and 7, like what routes are available, and I'm like trying to remember which one has like the Tanobi ruins with all the unknowns and stuff like that, because I tried to look into it, and 1674, Hey, what's good, foe? I was trying to look into it, and I think I did miss out on a few routes in Fire Red and Leaf Green, because underneath Island 1 of the Sevi Islands, there's Treasure Island. And then there's that spot where the Ruin Maniac built the tunnel, and it goes off to the right to a hidden route that like unlocks stun sparks or some shit like that. Yeah, I don't recall the order. I don't ever remember the order of the Sevi Islands to the routes and places and such. Because clearly, yeah, it's like, you know, 1 through 7 and simple as that, but I'm trying to remember the routes specifically and what the islands are known for. Because I remember Island 1, it has Celio, or whatever his name is, for the Ruby and Sapphire, 1676. Island 2 has the daycare, and then Island 3 has the berry forest. I don't remember 4, 5, 6, and 7 very well. I think, I'm almost positive 7's either the battle tower, or that's the Tanobi ruins. Like, 6 and 7 probably has that, or something. And maybe one of the islands, maybe Island 4 has? Wait, no, maybe Island 4 has the daycare. I don't think it'd be Island 2. I could swear I remember Island 2 being by itself. I don't know. I'm like trying to remember doing the back and forth in my head when it comes to that, but oh well. What you been up to, foe? 1677.
Xenoverse. How far are you now? Are you in the 4th gym? West Ark Town is messed up. Oh, did you explore fully in the water gym? Because there's some hidden items and hidden stuff in there. I didn't realize you passed the water gym at this point. But yeah, West Ark is a bit messed up. I don't know how far you're in it. 1678. Got your shiny configurations. Oh, okay, cool. You did find the secret then. Very nice. But yeah, we pretty much did like increased 320 encounters on there, and I'm starting this a little bit late because I'm behind in my sleep schedule. The challenge in that gym were pretty long too. And yeah, the water gym, yeah. The gym following in West Ark is gonna take some time too, so hopefully you can figure out the clues. There's definitely easier ways of handling that jump. Body slams. 1680. I ended up getting the BC mode because it cycled around, because there's the little section where random items reset to be like bought out, and it popped up and I was like, okay, for sure. And, like, I took it. I don't know if there's any other I'm not sure if there's any other emotes available. I pretty much bought the majority of them now with in-game money, so it's pretty crazy. Kinda tempted to check like online to see if like there's any other in-shop emotes to snatch. Let's see. Triple Snap in-game shop emotes available. Oh, I haven't seen that one. What the fuck? You already shim one. It was announced in Japan for. Oh wait, hold up, I missed that one. Did you see the announcement on the new TCGPs that is mostly EXs? It was announced in Japan first. I'm assuming you're talking about TCG Pocket? Oh god, this time is still going. No, I hadn't seen it. Let's see here. So I'm guessing it's coming in like 6 days or some shit. Let's see here. So according to Matt Lockheed, there's 5 emotes that are in the shop. 1682. Leonardo DiCaprio, Beast, Domino, Roll the Dice, Goose, Crazy Tentacle Thing, Loki, Happy, Miss Minute, Board, Voltron Calculator. That they're in alphabetical order, which is how they release in the store. From left to right. So with Voltron being released, that should be the last of them for now. Okay, so I think I guess I did take all of them. Damn. You put 5 though. That's 6. You can't fucking count. There's 6 of them here. My dude. Alright, nice. I took all of them. Yeah, supposedly it's only going to be around for only a month and be a yearly thing. Temporary TCG sets? If it's only for a month, holy shit, I need to double down on getting all that pack, because I'm not patient enough to wait a whole year to complete that set. I'm pretty sure that's gonna be everybody's mindset, but to be honest, like honestly, like I don't know, I feel like a lot of people do that anyway. Like when the packs first release, that's all they get for like the first 2 weeks. Because that's all I see ever in the Wonder Pick. Like, especially like in the past couple months, like Secluded Springs, everything is Secluded Springs. From the emo shop, like, or not the emo shop, fuck, I have Marvel Snap in my mind. Everything's like that in the Wonder Pick. Because, like, that's what people are excited for, and they keep opening, and they're trying to find the new shit or whatnot. Okay, it's 1683. So it's gonna be like that anyway, but I think I am gonna double down on it a lot more than usual. I usually no life completing sets while they are fresh, so that's the Wonder Picks are relevant. Yeah, I mean, you probably noticed how I do it by now, but I go by cycles. I open one pack at a time until I hit 10, and then every time I hit 10, I mean, I haven't done that in a while, but like I do one booster pack at a time, working down in like reverse order, and then once I finish that'd be one cycle, and then I do the second cycle doing the same thing, picking the packs. So I'm like, oh, Dialga's next, oh, after Dialga's Palkia, and then after that it's like the set that came before that, and then finishing off with either Pikachu, Mewtwo, or Charizard, and then that would be cycle 2. And yeah, I would do 10 cycles of that. The reason for it is because every time I open 10 packs after the 10th cycle, that's the new one that I'm focusing on. So then, since I opened 10 packs of that, that's 10 packs that all the other packs hasn't gone, so I'm doing 10 cycles out of that. That's kind of what I do. I don't know, that's just kind of a natural OCD thing that I have, I suppose. 1684. I mean, I've been breaking out of it, honestly, because, like, you know, a couple weeks ago I opened 34 packs. I was gonna open Secluded Springs anyway. And, I think I opened 10 packs, like, the other week. Or was it just one pack? I don't remember. I don't know. I got, like, 96 hourglasses at the moment. 1685. I'm not really sure what I'm gonna shoot for, to be honest with you. But like, you know, I feel like this month kind of, I can't tell if it went by quick or not. I don't know, it feels weird. This month kind of moved janky for me. But like, we're already almost at October, and like they're gonna reset the shops and all that. 1686. More body slams, alright, no problem. So another count, 1687. I think yesterday though, like when I said, when I was basically making fun, it's like, oh, that I did my double count, that I actually did when I skimmed it through, and yeah, I already deducted 2 points from the thing earlier. Sometimes skimming through the stream takes some time, cause like I always break it up into an hour and stuff, and then I don't know. I'm guilty of always doing mini breaks and shit like that. Cause I don't watch the full stream and stuff, but like I still skim it through, and it takes a lot of time. Especially that auditions are more rapid fire. So I would skim it through until it passes like an hour, and then I would stop, and then I would watch a random video, and then I would come back to it, skim another hour. Because sometimes I would be collecting up to like 70 to 100 auditions per hour, something like that. Probably not 100, but closer to 70, I imagine. Because it's always 300 per like 4 to 5 hours. That's from what I gathered. So we might be getting to 1900 today. Yeah, because last time we started at 1338, and then we ended up finishing at like 1660. Well, at 1658 to be exact, because like I had to deduct 2. So where exactly are you in Westar? You're doing the guy storyline, the saloon part, or are you at the gym? Trying to get Cacnea EX got Mimikyu back to back. Wish those thoughts worked in my favor more often. I'm in the saloon. You already beat the saloon, or? Because that matters whether you could get Cacnea X or not. I haven't even seen Cacnea X. When I was like looking for hunters, I was only there for 45 minutes, to be fair though. Let's see here, 1690. Honestly, I'm not even sure if you can get it at your point of the game. Supposedly it's only in the first room. Okay, I'll show you how to get them. I don't think you can get them, to be honest. Which is perfect timing because I gotta go to the Pokemon Center anyway. So, I'll show you how you get them. Because I'm pretty sure you technically can't get them. Where in the map is he? I think he's like here. Yeah, I think. Let's see. I always get this place mixed up. I got it right the first time. I usually always fuck up there. So it's on this side, but I'm pretty. Damn it, it's not on this side. I always get that shit mixed up. This one. there should be a cut bush here. You cut it, you go through here, and then it goes through the glitch Buffalant, because all X Pokemon has to come from a rift. So you go search here, and you don't get cut yet, but like you'll find Cacnea X's on this spot. Yeah, because cut won't be available till closer to the 7th gym, because I barely got cut recently. So yeah, there you go. I'm pretty sure at least, because they kind of refer to this as the first floor. And this is where I've been getting the hunters to get that stuff. Interesting, wiki labeled its zone pretty wrong then. Yeah, I mean, it is definitely wrong because, like, you know, there is stairs, so this can't be the first floor, but this is where you find it. Yeah, and I'll eventually look for Cacnea X, because I would, you know, I forget what I was gonna, I don't know, I had a thought process about it and I don't recall what it is. From my understanding, it's always, to find an X Pokemon, there has to be a rift next to it. Because every other floor, you know, you would just find the regular Pokemon there. I didn't even go to the fucking Pokemon Center, did I? Wait, hold up. I did not, okay. I have 1 HP missing. I'm trying to think to myself, because the only other stuff I got left to do, because I already got the Shadow update. I got the Shadow update, shit, I don't remember. There's something else after, even if I find the Retromon, I had like a tiny backup plan and I just don't know. There was something else I was either going for or like trying to collect. Unless I was just thinking of just leveling up my Pokemon. But yeah, I always get that room mixed up because I always think it's the immediate left where it's just tucked in the corner of the room where the stairs are. But I assume that you finished the Saloon storyline already, I suppose? Good at that. 1692. It would be crazy if you could get Cacnea X right then and there. It could, I mean, who knows, they might have it so you can find it, but I mean, I highly doubt it. They purposely hid it behind that tree. I think, like, besides that, there's just like a TM. I don't even remember the TM. It could be like Shadow Claw or some shit or something. I don't remember. Shadow Claw, Shadow Ball. Maybe nothing to do with Ghost Pokemon. 1693. At least it saves you some time to, you know, to not like look for something that's just impossible to find, because that's kind of where I'm at. Just grinding through 8,000 Odysseys. There was at one point yesterday, I kept getting Phantoms instead of Odysseys. Like I think it was just 5 Phantoms, and I thought it felt like more. Because I was like, bro, did I kill all the Odysseys in this fucking gym? Where are they? They can't be like 1,600 and then that's it. Because every now and then, like, the coin flip of life over here, it keeps landing on tails to get to Phantom over and over. Because this is our third Phantom right now, I think. Either third or second. But yeah. Okay, 695. You're not entirely too far from me at this point. There's like a good 2 or 3 hours left at the point I'm at. Maybe less than that. It probably is less than that. I just keep, I don't know. There's like kind of lengthy story beats. That's why I say 2 hours. It just depends. The saloon kind of takes some time. That's like a good 45 minutes to an hour unless you speedrun it. And then maybe not that long, but like it felt that long when I was doing it. The gym by itself would take like a pretty big while, like 30-45 minutes. Let's see. 16x6. Well, that means, yeah, you took on the Rapidash X then, yeah? How did that go? You fought him several times now. Rapidash was fine, to be honest. I didn't have a good answer to my Ampharos, since mine had Power Gem. Well, that's good. Yeah, the Rapidash X, when it fought my Pokemon, it just, like, it had answers for all my shit. I guess Ampharos is a good pick then. I guess all it could do at that point, he would probably try to go for a Weather Ball over and over again. That's probably his least strongest move. I forgot his fourth move though. It's like, it's Thunder, Hurricane, Weather Ball, and I don't remember the third move. Something weather related, I imagine. Yeah. If anything, the Kekmia room is just B1, to be honest, instead of floor 1. Let's see here, 1700. I did have a scare where it crit weather and landed a hurricane, so it was just near sweeping, just needed it to miss and it was done. Oh, okay, yeah. I was gonna say, you had a seamless time then if it was the case. I don't remember if I counted. I think I did, because I don't remember putting it to 1700. But we're at 1700 now. No, some of these X Pokemon are no fucking joke. That Pokemon is super strong. I didn't really have a hard time with the first Rapidash like flying type. Like he was so hard for me to like defeat. But like the Thunder one, that's a whole different story. I was like, damn, one of my Pokemon's for sure gonna die. I wasted a turn though since I tested to see if I could cap it. Oh, right. Yeah, through storyline, yeah, it doesn't let you. There's a few X Pokemon like that. I did have like this crazy idea about Archipelago, but I don't know. I feel like I'm overstepping their storytelling a lot because I'm supposed to be covering characters and towns and shit like that. And this idea is a bit too fucking crazy, to be honest. And it's probably, if it does go into fruition, it's gonna be crazy big ass spoilers for the game. Also, that Rapidash can go screw itself. It gave me its child while it decided to go with my rival. What the fuck? Yeah, no, that pissed me off too. The child ends up getting the worst part of the ability, where it just becomes electric flying type after losing half its health. Unlike the mom, where it's just like that and it's a fucking deity from full health, not even full health, triple health bars. It's that like electric flying, and it has all the benefits and drizzle. It's like, bro, what the fuck? Yeah, that kind of annoyed me too. The new Rapidash X isn't as strong. 1705. I'll have to check its IVs to see if it's true trash. I don't even remember I don't know what's my... I don't think my Rapidash X is great. I don't know if it's mostly stat-wise or something, but the ability doesn't make it any better. It struggles a lot. Because I think my best move is like Air Slash. Oh, okay, well my egg's hatching, so I could go check when I get the chance. I feel like the eggs are hatching faster, I swear it's my imagination or something. Okay, this is the 169th egg, unless I'm miscounted again. Okay, let's go fly over. I don't know how many moves I have left. Okay, 169. Attack is up, speed is down, runaway ability. Brave nature, likes to relax. Let me check the Rapidash X that I got. I think it's in the sacrificial box. Yeah, here it is. So this is mine. Trained up, low 52. The special attack is worse than the attack, but the special defense and speed is greater. But yeah, Cloudburst, the Pokemon becomes electric type when its HP is halved, and then this is my moveset, and then that's the best I got without TM, so this is what it learned. I think I mean, I don't know. I don't remember if I taught it Thunderbolt or retaught itself, but yeah, it's not the best. This is a more physical Rapidash X. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see what we can do with it. I still don't even... Oh, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna collect Eden Berries. That's why I was gonna go to the saloon again. I needed like 6 more Eden Berries to do the Russian roulette thing. I was gonna like go through to find Cacnea X's that way. That's what it was. I'm guessing that that to use it well you need Weather Team, likely with rain. Yeah. There's some Pokemon coming up. Well, at least, well, I mean, I guess at my point of the game I could do it, but like, you know, there's teams that kind of cater to Trick Room. And once you get to this point of the game, you might know what I'm talking about. But for right now, you don't know what I'm talking about. Let's see here. But you will, like, once you get around to my point of the game. Let's see. I don't know too many other weather teams available. Like, besides like a popular one would be the fucking firegrass type. I don't know why his name is escaping me. Pepequeño. It's Scovile. Like, they for sure are a drought team. 1706. I haven't seen a straight up rain team from any other Pokemon, I don't think. It still baffles me that Squirtle's after game or some shit. That's kind of weird, man. Okay, but yeah, the idea I had, because it's a bit crazy, because like I talked to my family relative on my way back, and I was pretty much filling them in on the whole like storyline I was going with, and you know, basically telling me what happened in the Discord stuff. And like, we brought up an idea that was actually pretty decent, but to pull it off, it has to go to extreme lengths in the storyline. Because, like, you know, when I was waiting around, because I got there a bit early, like, I was trying to read the Type Null Bulbapedia page and stuff, and trying to make sure whether it's true or not, 1708. Because they made it known in the Bulbapedia that, like, yeah, Team Aether, they've got inspiration because they went to the Canalave library, that, you know, they learned about Arceus, and that, you know, they got inspired because of the types changes that it has. And a lot of what Savili and Type Null looks like does kind of look identical to the Arceus and everything. Even like the helmet that it has like kind of basically the rings that Arceus has on his like torso, on fours, I don't know what the fuck that's called, like the main body, I guess. Along with that, like, I don't know, he looks similar to it, and like, you know, it's also in the name and the ability with the RKS system. It's like the name Arceus. So there's like a lot of hints there. I still I haven't read the part if it is the thing that if Savili is meant to kill Arceus or Eternatus or whatever. I just barely learned yesterday that apparently Eternatus Gmax has like the biggest stats, even surpassing Arceus. So I really don't know how Savili and Type Null would ever beat Eternatus or Arceus. But like, a lot of people are under the impression that Type Null and Type Null and Savili, you know, are the Arceus killer, which I really don't see at all, because I feel like Arceus and Eternatus are way too strong for him, even if he's technically a legendary Pokemon. To me, he doesn't feel like a legendary Pokemon, if I'm being honest. But I don't know. But that's where the idea came from, where me and my family relative were like, okay, but like, what could we do to get it there? And such. Hold on, what did you say? It definitely doesn't say it, but I think it would have been Chairman Rose trying to come up with a solution, like Giovanni trying stuff from YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, besides Mewtwo and Type Null, there was, like, you know, there's other Pokemon that are confirmed made by scientists and stuff, like Porygon 2, Porygon Z. Like, that's an example of another Pokemon that isn't considered legendary, but it was man-made. 1712. You know, I'm sure there's other Pokemon too, but that's like off the cuff for what I could think of. And I saw a video of like MNJ TV, because I'm in a face right now watching his videos, I guess, that he was talking about like what Pokemon, if they're not, you know, pseudo legendaries or anything like that, who would be a legendary Pokemon. And you know, he put Porygon Z on the normal type section, you know, in Volcarona, and then like, you know, other Pokemon like that. And yeah, it makes sense. So the idea is, because of Scarlet and Violet and everything, and like I said, this is major spoilers for Archipelago if they're gonna like this idea and run with it, but I think there's a good opportunity for this idea of Savioli. If in Scarlet and Violet, for example, if he has a future Paradox form that makes him look like closer to Arceus, but has like plates in it, and that's like this future Paradox does contend with Arceus, but like within the game of Archipelago, you know, maybe all these ultra wormholes are making a rift through time and space and shit like that, where there's a alternate universe that this type null turned evil, and then like, you know, they experimented further with them, and this Savioli that eventually comes to be, that is a Paradox Savioli, whatever the name will be, like, I don't know, I forgot what the other names are called. It's like Iron Treads and stuff like that. If this future Paradox would be Iron Full or some shit, because it's supposed to be called Type Full, but they changed his name to Type Null, something like that. Or it could just simply be called Type Full, I don't know. But this future Paradox of Violi would look just like Arceus, just slightly different, and all the discs are within him, so he has all the types. You know, something that really contends with them. I feel like that'd be an interesting idea. I feel like when I tell Noodle in Archipelago, he might shit himself, or he might go like, maybe that's a bit too much. Because it is too much, because it involves multiverse and shit like that. And we have one ultra wormhole which surrounds with Poipole, because he did spawn in the island, and that's the whole reason Type Null was pissed off to begin with. But we could have that little part of the storyline be the turning point, where, like, you know, the time and space really gets fucked up just because Poipole showed up. Because Team Aether wanted to experiment more and further with the ultra wormhole stuff. So yeah, I don't know, it could be a final boss thing potentially, that this evil counterpart of Type Null, that he went further and followed his rage, becomes a Savioli into a future Paradox Savioli Type Full, maybe Silver Full, I don't know. Whatever the name would be, 1716. And that would be the final boss, whatever it may look like, but it would have mostly all the types, you know, represented. I don't know, I still don't know how they represent Ghost type on Type Null and Savioli. Could have Poipole show up from a freak accident with the Gardevoir making a black hole. Yeah, I know that Gardevoir does do the black hole stuff. I just don't know how much he is able to you know, code within Archipelago, because it seems pretty limited. Yeah, because I was trying to, you know, even when I was talking about how Poipole would be there, I was like, is he just gonna been hanging out there, and then the other teammates are gonna mention that they're the ones that brought Poipole, or are we gonna see the ultra wormhole? And it seems like Noodle's like, let's just have him chill there for a bit. So that kind of already tells me that his shit is limited, and he doesn't want to create what looks like a ultra wormhole that he just got there or some shit. So yeah, I don't know if he's able to do the black hole stuff, because it would be cool. But it would be a neat idea. I think he would run with the idea. Again, I don't want to overstep the boundaries. I think I need to like give him ideas every other day. I don't know. I kind of don't know what the hell. It almost seems like every now and then they don't really think of ideas, and I don't know. The other 4 people seems like they forget about the whole Discord thing to begin with, until they're like, oh right, yeah, we could talk about this or whatever. Because ever since I kind of pitched in, it feels like I'm the only one giving them good ideas here and there. I don't know. I also feel like that's kind of part of the reason I'm a bit hesitant with the whole, like the Paradox Saviolite thing. It's because it might, well, I don't know, there's two thoughts I have. It might detract from what he initially envisioned, and I don't want to do that. But at the same time, his story it has an exoskeleton of a case that he just has the idea, but not the meat and potatoes of it. Like, I don't know, 1719. I don't know if that makes sense, but there's barely anything with the story at all. He just wants Type Null to be in there. The story writers told him the beginning of it, which would be similar to Sword and Shield. When it comes to Zeki and Zamazenta, and there's a misunderstanding and it turns out to be Type Null. That's as far as the story goes. And he got the gym leaders figured out, and certain islands figured out a little bit with the towns that he wanted. And that's as far as the story goes. He has also Elite Four members figured out, kind of. Not all the characters on there. He just knows the typings of it, but not all the names. So it feels a little bit bare bones that he hasn't really thought it all the way through. Because the fan-made game in my head that I think about it, because I'm an overthinker, I thought of it way further than he did. So I don't know. It seems like he just wanted to have this project and have it as a together thing to think about it. At least I think so. I don't know, unless he's just doing it just because. I'm not sure. But yeah, I gave him the real meat and potatoes of the story with the whole Poiple section and this, and I don't know, me giving him more and more. Yeah, it's just, I don't know, it's a weird feeling because I don't want to overtake it. But I mean, at least he is like fixing up the game and such. And we have plenty of time. Let's see here. I'll bring it up when I can, either later today or tomorrow or some shit, whatever day feels right. 1721. I wouldn't be too surprised if he does take the idea. It's just like, how do we get it there? Because I also gave the idea that, like, you know, the trainer wants to get the, you know, sees that the helmet and sees that it's a different abnormal Pokemon and wants to take it to the doctor and scientist because it knows it's getting hurt by this fucking helmet. So he's trying to go to the next town to find out what's wrong with it. And then with the Poiple storyline, like the helmet's cracked and all that shit. So now he's trying to take it to the hospital and such. I think I ran out of the moves. So yeah, I mean that's kind of the job of being a story writer anyways, is putting in the real meat and potatoes of this whole thing. But I feel like I'm the only one doing it. I don't know. Cause like when I looked at the Discord and read everything, there's been times where they hadn't talked to each other in like 20 days. I'm like, what the hell? What's going on here? And technically, like I'm supposed to be doing characters and towns, and you know, technically, I am doing my job because technically, Paradox Future Savili is a character that I made. So, along with my family relative, I'll give him credit because we talked about it and made the idea together. Even though it was mostly, I mean, he mentioned it, like, you know, the future thing, and then I said the Paradox Savili thing. So I don't know, whoever should be credited for that, but I think it is a good idea that should be run with the whole final boss thing. But I could definitely imagine it, because I would like to make Savili future Paradox form a lot taller, and somehow display that it has all 18 discs or however many there would be for the typings and such. I really hope that Pokemon doesn't add more types in the future, because that would make things awkward, because they just had to throw in the Pixie play for Arceus. Like, I don't mind extra typings, but like, you know, like how are they gonna explain Terapagos or some shit, for example, you know? I don't know. I mean, it's not too important. It's they could just pretend like he always had it or some shit, and Arceus always had it. I don't know. Because they just threw in the Pixie plays. Go like, see, look, no, Arceus does have the play. And yeah. 1723. They technically introduced the Seller type. I'm not entirely sure what the Seller type is. I just kind of always assume that it's just all the types. But yeah, also something else with the last chat, because I just read it for no reason and I had the thought in my head. Team Aether is in the game, like they're really involved, and like they have like the whole storyline in it. So yeah, like besides the Gardevoir being a black hole option, like, you know, Team Aether's gonna be chasing down Type Null anyway, so like they could just be the reason on, you know, why this shit's happening and why Poiple's there and shit like that. Because Lucamine's pretty obsessed with the Ultra Wormhole. And she could have a Gardevoir anyway. But yeah, like I said as well though, when it comes to Noodle and the whole Pokemon Archipelago thing, he never played Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, and that's kind of a slight problem, because I consider it a little bit bad if he's asking me, of all things, about where Poiple comes from and like Ultra Beast comes from. It's like, that's kind of common knowledge for anybody that even remotely played slightly Sun and Moon and Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, that they all come from Ultra Space and an Ultra Wormhole. Like, that's just common knowledge, you know? And like I said, he claimed that he was an expert because he read a Wikipedia page, but you know, I read Scarlet and Violet, and I could tell you I'm not an expert in that. I can't even name like half the Pokemon in that game, to be honest with you. Even though I read everything that happened in the game anyway, and even if he does, and he doesn't know that where Poiple comes from and all the other Ultra Beasts comes from, then that says something, you know? It's like, maybe consider playing the game pretty soon if you're gonna talk about Type Null, because that's the generation it came from, you know? But yeah, 1726. Yeah, I'll continue thinking of other characters and such like that. How far are you in the saloon now? I'm still a bit surprised I have not found a shiny in this gym at all. I've been here since the start of the 90 encounters. Oh yeah, and the water title I came up with is Barnacle. Just for the SpongeBob meme. And I said that to myself as I was trying to come up with something to type in the title. And I laughed to myself when I said Barnacles. So it works, you know, it could be like, oh shit, type of phrase, I suppose. I'm outside. Oh, like on your phone or something? Or are you talking about like no longer in the saloon? Well, that was fast actually. If you already covered the saloon, you must have speedrun it or something. Either that or it has passed 45 minutes, I don't know. It kind of flew by. 1728. I think it bugged with the keys at first because I wasn't opening any doors until I left and walked back in. Oh, did it? I just know that the keys go to certain doors. It's just that, I don't know. There's like a certain order. The saloon has an outdoor part. Oh, I guess that's true. I still always looked at it as indoors. So the one with the fucking, the Toros rodeo thing. I guess that is technically outside. I always saw it as inside still. It's like the, you know, I don't know how to describe it. There's some buildings that still has a roof, but you're clearly on the outside. And that's what I always kind of pictured in my head. I don't think I counted it, or did I? Shit, okay, let me put that just in case. The fence maze, yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you're not too far from the end, then. I thought you meant that you're just done, you just left the saloon. I'm like, oh shit, that was fast. I counted that correctly. Yeah, it'd be an interesting idea. I don't know if I don't even know what the trainer looks like for this game, because so far it just looks like red from Fire Red and Leaf Green. And I'm pretty sure he's gonna change his character model, but I don't know if... I'm sure that they're gonna pitch ideas what's the best case scenario to go through, because it's either this future Paradox Savili either killed the trainer in this alternate universe, or the trainer's with them, but now he's on the dark side, I guess, so to speak. 1731. I don't know which one's better, because it could still, I mean, I guess the Savili maybe it's technically better that he's off alone, because he's, you know, all out rage mode, and you know, I don't know. It's either that and he just almost killed everything, but then that doesn't explain how he got experimented on further, or the trainer is there and he's much older than... That wouldn't make sense. Well, how many years is Future Paradox considered? I don't know. That's the part like 100 years or some shit? That wouldn't make too much sense. So I guess the Savili would be by himself. There's no way that this fucking main character, who's a teenager, is 100 years old further. Unless we make Savili like the first Paradox form. 1733. I'm not even... oh fuck, I didn't mean to press that. I don't even remember half their names, to be honest. Paradox aren't well specified. Yeah. Because there's Iron Treads, Iron Jugular. I want to say Iron Moth, but I don't think that's correct. That's why I kind of hesitated. It's so hard for me. Iron Valiant, I know that one. Are all of them iron in the future? I don't remember. I just know in the past I remember Flutter Mane and like Roaring Moon or some shit like that. I have a hard time remembering that. The past ones are most straightforward since it's implied that they are mons that exist today, but in a different timeline. Future ones are kind of up in the air, I guess, in an alternate future. So, I always kind of saw it as like they're from the past and that's what they look like, and then they, you know, over the course of time evolved. Like for Miss Drevis, by the way, like in the past it used to look like Fluttermane, and then over time in the present it looked like Miss Drevis. That's how I always interpreted it as. Not that it was in like at the current time, like if it was 2011 or some shit, that this flood remains also 2011, but they never went forward, you know, adapting with the times or some shit. Is that what you guys mean? Future ones are iron whatever their trait is. Oh, it is iron. Okay. Then Iron Full, I guess. I don't know what Saviolite name is. Maybe Iron Silver Full. I don't fucking know. We'll come up with the name. I never really liked the name Type Full anyway. The Type Full is kind of a dumb name. Type Ngl I'm okay with because I'm pretty used to it. Yeah, it'll be something like that. Unless it be called like Iron Vengeance or some shit, that'd be cool. I hope there's no Iron Vengeance. Iron Radiant? I mean, maybe. I mean, it could make sense with the Radiant part because of the disc it has. Like, it's all 18 disc and it kind of looks all rainbowy. It'll look like one of those PCs that, you know, glows for no fucking reason, you know? That kind of highlights, that'd be cool. Iron Hollow. Well, okay, keep in mind, because like they call them Type Null because like he's a failed experiment and everything, and they were gonna call him Type Full to have all the typings within him and stuff. He wasn't gonna be called Type Full because he has all the typings, but this new future Paradox of Violi will have all the types. Like this one's the completed form, and this is the one that looks closest to Arceus and closer to Aether Foundation's vision. Because it would be cool to call him Iron Hollow. I do like that name, but like it's no longer Hollow. It would be a cool name anyway, just to give it that though. To be fair, because I wouldn't be opposed to putting that name. 1737. Because that's the only thing I could think of right there. Because Aether Foundation wise, when they're looking at Type Null compared to this version of it, where it's like damn near perfect in their eyes, that it is this Ultra Beast Killer that has all the types, that in their eyes this Pokemon surpasses Arceus, then like yeah, they see this one as Type Full, if that makes sense. Iron Execute. Probably, yeah. Iron Armageddon, maybe? Because maybe they see him as like a deity in a way, or Iron Deity. We'll think of something. Iron Compiled. Yeah, we're getting closer to it for the most part. Dude, we ran out of moves already? Holy fuck, that was fast. 1738. We just have to look at the synonyms for full or something like that. I mean, it could be like a double pun either way, because if it is Iron Hollow, it could be like, you know, Hollow could also be kind of a weird spelling of it, kind of meaning holy, ironically. I don't know. Or it could be also another pun because it's holographic, because of the lights on the disc. I'm like, it's easy for me and hard for me at the same time to try to picture what this Pokemon looks like, because I keep imagining the disc on it, it's all rainbowy, but I don't think that's what it would look like. It's kind of, I don't know, I think I need to draw it out. I don't think I would have wings on this head, though. I would prefer if it has wings on the side. Because one wing on its head doesn't... I still don't know if this fucker flies. I don't think it does, but it's like, he can't be in the flying aspect, or the ghost aspect, for that matter. You can move away from iron and go for, like, Steel Piercer or something. That's true, yeah. I really like, you know... Because, like, in the Architect world, you know, what they gave to you know, building structures, they call one, like, Skyscraper. Like, if you really think about that name, it's a really cool name because it almost sounds like it's a defiance to to the sky, pretty much. It's the skyscraper and stuff. Since it's supposed to be a tier above other mons even in its time. That's true, yeah. I'm still kind of lost on the part that when I looked into Paradox Pokemon, just the fact that Roaring Moon is not a paradox of Salamence, but Mega Salamence. And the same goes for Iron Valiant, that it's not just Gardevoir or Gallade, but it's stated to be a paradox of both Mega Evolutions. Like, that's what it states on there. And that's interesting to me. And like, if anything, it's kind of a weird fusion of the two for Iron Valiant. So that's like the second fusion Pokemon, because the first being like Kyurem, Zekrom, and Reshiram and shit like that. So I always thought that was interesting. And usually I always kind of see Mega Pokemon contending with like a regular Mewtwo, for example. Because like, I feel like Mega Charizard X versus Mewtwo are pretty close on par. I know I can't really say that for the rest of the Mega Evolutions. Like, I don't think Mega Audino would ever go toe-to-toe with the fucking Mewtwo, even still, but you know what I mean. Like, they're closer to at least opposing Mewtwo a little bit. Even though, like, statistically, no, they wouldn't. But, you know, power ranking wise, it's interesting that Mega Charizard X does go toe to toe with Mewtwo. But for Mega, like the other Mega Evolutions, like Mega Salamence, I feel like would do something on Mewtwo, not defeat it or anything. And Mega Gallade and Mega Gardevoir would be an interesting matchup against Mewtwo as well. Like, that's kind of like the standard for me. Like, Mega Evolutions would be kind of either close, a notch below, or whatever it is. So it's interesting that Iron Asura, at least something Asura, aka Anti-God. Yeah, something like that. I don't remember if I counted it. Shit, 1743. We'll see what they, I'm sure they're gonna end up making the name and not me or whatever, because they're not gonna, I feel like that's for sure gonna be something that they're gonna end up pitching. That's if they go with the idea, I have no idea. Iron Defiance would be also a pretty good name. But yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty good, because like, you know, since he has like this exoskeleton of an idea for this Pokemon ROM hack game, like, he doesn't have any semblance of clue of what he's gonna do at the end to really show the player. Like, I'm sure he's just thinking the champion and stuff like that, but like, what would be the climax for like the team? And that's kind of the best shot I got, unless I could think of anything further. Because, like, I know that people might go with the Savialife versus Arceus thing, but I don't think that, I don't know, I just can't, like, wrap my mind around that he would even face the fucker. Like, really think about this. Arceus in the fucking movie took on Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia, all at the same time. And Savialife is supposed to be the, I don't know, that don't make sense to me. And Eternatus G-Max, like my family relative said, apparently has like the highest stats period. And that's crazy to me. I don't even know from the top of my head how much that is. I'll think of something. I'll propose the idea, like if I thought of a different character, just so he doesn't go like, alright, so he's gonna just step in and call the shots on the story. So I'll just start by pitching it just by saying, okay, well I thought of a character, potential final boss, you know, and then go from there. I think that could work. So I don't know. I'm just worried that I get into the limelight where I could potentially get in trouble if I keep overstepping my boundary and shit like that. Because, you know, if nobody in the Discord's gonna do it, then I'm pretty much gonna have to. There's something else that he did also figure out. He's gonna put like a developer island where all the developers are gonna be trainers, so I might be potentially a trainer, but at the same time I'm not sure. I don't mind if I'm not on there. If I am on there, it's gonna feel a bit weird because I don't see myself as a developer of the game. I'm just telling stories, really. I guess in a way, yeah, that one could argue that that's developing. But yeah. It has to be pulled off correctly though with that storyline. I still think that like in the beginning I still think that Poipo should be on the other part of the island, and then when Type Null first sees him, he's on the other side, so he can't do anything about that. But he goes out of control and rage, and then the trainer calms him down. And like I said, he has to go to the other island for, you know, another reason, so he's forced to go, and hopes that Type Null doesn't freak out when he sees him. And yeah, he eventually goes to that island, whether it's because of a gym battle or maybe something urgent that he has to go to, and then they eventually see that Poipo maybe towards the end of about to leaving that island. You know, maybe the trainer's relieved that he doesn't see Poipo yet because he doesn't know how Type Null would react. Something like that, I don't know. Because it can't be super immediate, that'd be kind of dumb. It's like, okay, I hope Poipo's not here. Fuck! And then like, it just happens, that wouldn't make sense. So, you know, just a little bit of a tease just to show Poipo on the other side of the front of the island. Type Null freaks out, you know, glows his eyes red, he calms down the trainer, he's like, alright, don't worry, Poipo left or whatever. And, you know, Type Null is tempted to jump in the fucking ocean just to go across the island just to kill Poipo or some shit. 1751. But yeah, when eventually they go to the island, then that's when Type Null goes into a frenzy and goes to berserk mode. Smashes his head into the trees and rocks and shit like that, it cracks. And then like, you know, the trainer ends up battling Type Null. I still don't know when, like preferably for me, if you know, if I had full control, I would have it so I catch Poipo and everything. I still don't know what I prefer, how much time away the trainer is to Type Null, because, you know, that Type Null is your Pokemon at that point, because he wanted it to be obtainable by the third gym that he just gives himself to you, I guess. 1752. But yeah, I don't know. At some point they gotta catch Poipo, because I still like the idea that an Ultra Beast and the killer of all the Ultra Beasts is in the same team and they have to coexist. I kinda like that idea. Which is why it works, in my opinion. And the fact that nobody wants to see Poipo die. And, you know, if you think about it in real life, you don't want that fucker to die. Let's see. 1753. Fuck, I didn't go to the Pokemon Center. So did you pass the fenced-in area? Oops, I didn't mean to say that. Okay, I need a... I ran. Fuck! I hate when that happens. I press left too many times and... shit, I tried to press A on fight. Well, that's fine. I'll go to the Pokemon Center. I think that's like the 5th or 6th oddish I ran from or some shit. I don't know. I lost count. Maybe less, maybe more. Yeah, I just finished the saloon. Definitely the worst area by far in the game so far. So much random collision, and the fence area was just bad. Yeah, I didn't like the fence area very much. I didn't think it was that bad, only because at least the trainers were somewhat easy to beat. The fun fact for that saloon, the main Pokemon that you fight is dependent on your gender in the game. So if you're male, you'll face the evolution to like Puplion, and if you're female, you go and face Wistereg, which is like the Nunville evolution. So yeah, Hangate also refused to stay in the bottle, so that's cool. The bottle, dude, the ball? Because you can't catch it. I forgot if I counted it. I'll just count it right here, I guess. 1755. And yeah, like, I like Puplion. I'm not the biggest fan of Hangate. And the same goes for, like, I do like Nunville, but I'm not the biggest fan of Wistereg all that much. But I'll use Wistereg over Hangate. But yeah, that's the difference in the game when it comes to the male and female part in that section. Because besides that, like, you do battle your counterpart like pretty early on, and the difference with that is that, like, I assume that you pick the male one, so like the female one would have the fairy type Pikachu, and the male one would have the sound type Pikachu. All typo. Okay, gotcha. Because they got the pink and gray Pikachu from the Xenoverse, I think, or Elduin, I'm not really sure. Some shit like that. The stats on my Ponyta X isn't the worst, but they aren't great. Yeah, mine aren't either. Is it mostly physical, or is it special attack? Like, specialty. Because I have no idea what it's supposed to look like. I thought it would be special attacker. Or has Rapidash? I don't know. I never used a Rapidash like that. I mean, I have, but I don't know. I focus more on Galarian Ponyta than anything. I don't use regular Ponyta and Rapidash as much, but I could see them being physical every now and then. I just always kind of saw him as a special attacker. 1757. Because the Rapidash X you fight against has more special moves. The wiki stats are more physical learning. Oh, okay. I guess then that's fine. It would make more sense just based on the build that we fought against that it would be special. That doesn't make sense. Well, I don't know. What what's the best moveset then in the best case scenario for Rapidash X? Like I just keep thinking of Wild Charge or some shit like that. Hurricane is special, right? I don't fucking know. I always thought it was special. So I don't know what's the next best flying move physically then. 1758. Rapidash X is very fast and slightly more physical attack, man. Yeah. I feel like I already missed kind of like 3 times. Shit, I'll go through it later. It does not feel like a Wednesday. And yesterday it didn't feel like a fucking Tuesday. Alright, 1759. Hurricane is special, but the stats difference is rather minimal. Oh, I see. Because I started to slightly doubt myself because of the fact that, like, you know, I don't know. Yeah. You know, something surprising in this game. I thought they would have like a Metagross X, and I don't think they have that in that game. It feels like something that they would do. Unless they do have it, and I just don't know about it. As far as I'm aware. I definitely could see them making that. It's surprising that they didn't, I guess. I could be wrong. So, as a heads up for the gym, I suggest you get a sticky note and write shit that people say down, just to make your life a lot easier. That's my suggestion to you. 1761. Because if you don't, you're gonna be there for a lot longer than an hour. Acrobatics and Skydrop are pretty good physical moves, having less than 50% HP against electric typing, but the fight for it was probably hard to begin with because it has it from the get-go. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would give it Acrobatics, but doesn't that rely on, like, the item it has? Full Switch would be pretty good too. Yeah, Full Switch would be pretty good. I try to avoid moves like Wild Charge and, like, Flare Blitz and shit like that. Because I don't really like the recoil aspect of it. Like, you know, in a normal, like, if I was playing Pokemon Showdown or some shit, then yeah, but like, in a Nuzlocke, for me personally, I would try to avoid that. Whoosh. 1762. Is that a car alarm I hear? It sounds like it's far, but it's hella loud. Offline? What the fuck? My message didn't go through. 1763. No items equal double damage, at least in Gen 5. It checked that after an item could be used, so a flying gem plus acrobatics was bonkers. Yeah, I was considering that too, because I was thinking to myself, like, well, yeah, a lot of people use flying gem for acrobatics. I swear I just hear cars just honking at each other or some shit. I think they're just pissing each other off. Because I swear they're just like and then the other card's like, and then it's just like they're doing it when they're facing each other. That's just kind of what I envision in my head. I gotta go. See you later. Alright, I'll catch you around, foe. Thanks for joining as always. Alright, well, here's what-ish. And here is 1764. Oh yes, that year. 1764. Did my message still didn't go through? What the fuck? Sometimes my fucking phone just notifies me non-things. And I'm like, weird. I hate when that happens. It's doing it again. What do you want? My dude, it's not messaging. It's still notifying me. Bro, what the fuck? I don't get it. Okay. Well, we're 2 hours in the stream so far. So not bad so far. 1765. We are past 100, so that's good. I was so tempted to say we are farmers, I'm not gonna lie to you. So yeah, at some point in the day I'll talk about that. So either the people that are listening to the bot are gonna be super hyped hearing about this potential idea, you know, depending on whether I keep on pressing that. I'm sorry. Probably go like, why you keep on going to Megahorn, bro, when you know you ran out? 1766. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but yeah, like you're either gonna be super hyped or you're gonna be super bummed because now you know, and it's gonna, you know, not be as exciting or some shit once you see it or whatever. I don't know, because you know, I think it's worthwhile to see the VODs and this is kind of like a reward for people that are watching the VODs and stuff like that. You kind of see more behind the scenes with ScarKnight and stuff. When I'm talking about some, you know, whether it's aspirations that I had or, you know, ideas that I talk about or even read-alongs that I talk about the movies and such like that. Like, I don't know. I like covering all that. I should be finished with all the Pokemon movies by the end of before 1,000 videos for sure. But right now, let's go open ourselves another pack. I just honestly don't know which one, to be honest with you. I have about 2 packs to get ready to open. And I did get a heat run from this one person who is the opposite than the guy yesterday, and this is outside of foe. I'm not, I was talking about somebody else. Because there's sometimes that this dude, I think it was like Sargon Toucan or whatever the fuck his name is, like he would offer a card, and then I would offer my card, but the problem is, I don't see his wish list because he doesn't put anything. And every now and then he would just cancel the trade, like if I'm fucking psychic and I could read his mind, and he cancels it because I'm not picking the card he wants. Well, why don't you look at the fucking wish list and edit it then? How am I supposed to know, bro? Huh? When you don't edit the damn fucking wish list. There's nothing there. This is fucking empty. So I don't know what you want me to do. But like, you know, the other person though, I think he just does me the favor. He's like the opposite of the other guy, because I'm pretty sure he does have these cards, but he trades the cards I need anyway, and it's like he did that a few times already. So I appreciate you, unlike fucking Sargon Toucan or whatever the fuck. Go eat your Fruit Loops, you piece of shit. Well, not really, I won't say that much, but you know what I mean, like, I just find that annoying when they don't put it in the wish list and they constantly trade. It's like, bro, why do you expect people to know what you don't have? It's either that maybe he does have it on wish list, but I literally have everything he has. He just has more cards than me. I don't know. I just don't know. Because KY Mewtwo Master, whatever his name is, yeah, Kai Mewtwo Master, he doesn't have anything on his wish list either, but he accepts the trade regardless. He doesn't have to. I feel bad if he does end up like just doing it. He's like, oh man, I hope he'll get a new card. Oh no, well I'll trade it anyway since he needs this card. I hope that's not the case. I don't know. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out. Palkia, I think, is the last one we had. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, let's go open what's further past Palkia. We got an hour and 24 minutes till the next one. 1771. I don't know how much time we'll have for some things, because I could talk about the Pikachu short, but I don't know how, like, I could come up with the short myself, but I don't know after that. Let's go open Mythical Island though. And for Mythical Island, let's see what we get. And I think this is the 9th cycle for me. 1772. I didn't pay attention to see if there's a turnaround pack. Fuck. I don't think there is one. Okay, well, I'll just pick a random pack because I don't feel like going through them. So I'll just stop as soon as I run into the very next Pokemon while I try to do all this shit with one hand. Hold on, 1773. We're almost near the Declaration of Independence. Yes. We're almost there. I have to walk back and forth because I'm using the other hand. And there we go. Okay, I picked this pack. Let's go ahead. I'm pressing the thing. There we go. And we have the Dene, Flabebe, Dreadnought, Coughing, and a holographic Tauros. Well, that's what we got. Nothing new either, but yeah, that's what we got. I think I do have all the cards on Mythical Island, so I'm not really sure what I expect, to be honest with you. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, understanding at this point. 1774. See, best case scenario, I go for 2,000, but nah. So yeah, I mean, maybe that could be the video for tomorrow's 2,000. I was kind of tempted to put, well, I don't know. I could have Espeon for tomorrow, I suppose. Espeon for Thursday, Umbreon for Friday. Maybe? Okay. So let me double check if this is the name, because from what my understanding is, it's called Pikachu, What's This Key? I'm pretty sure, but let me make sure and double down that that is even the correct name. And I'll pop it up on Bulbapedias in case I miss a part. Because, again, I don't understand this short at all. 1775. Like, this whole thing does not make any sense. And I'll explain it as I go, once I get to it. But, yeah. Pikachu, what's this key for? And yeah, in English it's Pikachu, what's this key? The PK26. So there's like 3 more shorts left, from what I see. And I was gonna do the Chronicles one or whatnot, but yeah, I don't know. I'll think of something. Well, then there's the other Chronicles one I could see, because they're just doing Legend of Thunder for the other one, 1776. Okay. Oh fuck, my bad. I wasn't even in the correct grass. Yeah, that's what they call it. It's just Pikachu, what's this key, or what's this key for? So, okay, basically, when it comes to this, pretty much, it starts off with, you know, you see all the main characters in X and Y off screen as we skipped over the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and make it to 1777. Even still. Okay, so this whole X and Y start, they're inside a house for some reason, because I don't know why Ash and Serena and Ash always gets house steals, and I don't really know why. I don't know if he's just like a pro member for Airbnb or some shit, but he has a house, I guess. But Ash, Serena, I almost said Silent, Clement, and Bonnie, they say goodbye to their Pokemon, and only some of their Pokemon come out, and not all of them, which I don't fully understand. I didn't watch the X and Y series. I only saw like one episode, as I mentioned before. So I don't know if that's legit all their Pokemon that they got. But the only ones that came out, because they were saying, okay, go ahead and play or whatever, it was Pikachu, the starter Pokemon for X and Y, which is Fennekin, Chespin, and Froakie. Hawlucha came out, and Dedenne. And that's about it. So I don't know. I swear that Pikachu, Ash, like, does he get a Fletchling or does he catch a Fletchinder or what? Because I thought he gets a Talonflame. I assume he has a Fletchling. It's like, why wouldn't you have Fletchling there too? But anyway, they go over. They all say their goodbyes. You only see the feet of the characters. And they go play on this playground that looks pretty good, actually. It's a really good playground. You see like an Enamorous slide along with an Amoonguss slide. It looks like a pretty baller playground for sure. So they go play on there. They all are themed on Pokemon for these playground things. 1780. They go on this little merry-go-round like thing that has like platforms that you stay on there and you just spin, kind of like a Beyblade. And all the Pokemon were there, and they kept spinning faster and faster and stuff, to the point where they went too fast and they like slipped off, and Dedenne just went flying across this other section. This is confusion part number 1. At some point, Dedenne just runs off and doesn't run back. It felt like continuing running onward. So Pikachu notices this, and so he follows Dedenne, and it's like, where the fuck are you going? So Dedenne just starts running and smiling and shit like that, and he enters this, you ever see like basement windows where there's like buildings but the windows like closer to the ground? Because it's like, that's where the basement could see stuff. The basement window was open. Dedenne just goes in it, and it's like this treasure room, and I don't know where this treasure room comes from or what's this building for or some shit like that. They don't explain anything, so that's confusion part number 2. Why is there a treasure room in this random building, and why is the window open? But yeah, they were in it and everything. 1781. Pikachu's trying to fit through the window, but he has this moment where he's trying to squeeze in, but he ate one too many fucking Poffins, I guess. And then they found this giant key as, you know, pretense to the fucking title of the whole short and everything. So Dedenne has this key and everything. Pikachu has a cup stuck on its head. And then Pikachu looks at it, he's like, oh, you have a key? And then he's like, yeah, I got a key, basically. They leave out of the window, leave the treasure room, and I think it cuts to Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay, which, you know, I kind of think Inkay does kind of fit with their group pretty well, I would say. Really thinking about it. Well, at least with just them. Like, I do like Inkay as a Pokemon. I don't know if it fits James all the way too well, but sure. I kind of have more so that feeling with Gourgeist with Jessie, but it grew on me a little bit. I'm all like, you know, Gourgeist is kind of a sassy Pokemon that Jessie has. It made it work. But yeah, they were like basically nearby, and they start snooping. 1782.
I might got the order mixed up, but you know they're nearby in the area pretty much because they're like, oh, I wonder what the Twips are up to or some shit like that. Anyway, the Dene and Pikachu tries to return to the playground. I don't know if they got close to it. I'm kind of forgetful on these little details, but the Dene kind of shows off the key a little bit to Pikachu yet again, and then a Klefki shows up and tries to take the key and stuff. And the narrator, which is like the lady from the Black and White, I assume, I don't know, was there saying like, oh, Klefkis love keys, and I'm all like telling myself, well, you don't say, bruh. So Klefki takes the key and he starts freaking out. He's like, oh my god, a key and shit like that. And yeah, this is where shit starts getting confusing or whatever. The Dene wants to keep the key, even though he doesn't know what this key is used for. Like, you know, it takes some work finding a key to a place that you have no inkling or idea where it goes to begin with. It could be a door, it could be to a car, a treasure chest, a fucking notebook. You don't know. A diary, for all I know. Like, you have no earthly idea. There's millions to billions of options where this key could go to. And yeah, I don't know why the Dene is set on keeping it. But like he eventually surrenders it after a couple seconds, so maybe there's no point in me saying that like the Dene is trying to keep it or whatever. But Klefki gets excited because he has the key again, and then out of nowhere this portal shows up with the keyhole on it. As you could tell, like from my confusion on these two other times, this is where shit starts to begin, where I really get confused. Why is there a fucking key portal just because, just out in the distance? I don't fucking know. That doesn't make any sense. 1786. So they go through the fucking key portal, where they go into this other fucking pocket dimension. Like, Klefki isn't a psychic type, he's not anything to do with dimensions, space, time, he does none of that. He's just a fairy steel type, and I guess my biggest correlation on how that makes it work is that it's a fairy type, so it's mythical, so it takes you to a whole new world, and that's basically what 1787 the narrator explained. It's like, oh, this is Klefki's world or whatever, and trust me, it gets more confusing. So yeah, you go through this world, and for some reason Klefki really wanted this key or whatever, but this is the key that leads him to the rest of his keys, because this is his whole pocket dimension, and he has mountains and mountains of keys, and yeah, so Pikachu gets excited, and I might get this part wrong or something like that, but I swear they teleport to the playground, I'm pretty sure, and then they invite all the rest of the Pokemon to join them inside this pocket dimension, along with the Dene and Klefki. And so yeah, Hawlucha then joins along with the starter Pokemon, along with sneakily Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay also joins in, trying to be sneaky, I suppose. Because, you know, they're under the impression, it's like, oh, if he got keys and that's made out of gold, then there should be treasure or whatever. So that's kind of his logic from there. So yeah, they go into this world, and you know, at this point, the rest of the Pokemon, and maybe the audience, maybe I got the order confused, but this is where they're introduced to the mountain of keys that Klefki collected. So I don't know why greed is so real, as I keep forgetting to go to the fucking Pokemon Center. That Klefki even needs these keys to begin with. He can't even fit it in his fucking keyring, and he has mountains upon mountains of keys. Maybe not that many, but a shit ton nonetheless. And besides that, like around this pocket dimension, there's the same type of things with the random keyholes that are floating with aura of different color, and yeah, that's kind of what his pocket dimension is for this Klefki. And yeah, so they eventually go dig around the keys and play around and shit like that. This guy needs to get the fuck out of my way. And from what my understanding is that like they picked up this one key. I don't know if he loses the other one. I think they just pick up a random one. And it's this key that I could describe because I knew where it was going, especially since I was talking about like the last episode, or yeah, the last day when I was looking through the distribution section, and I was mentioning about a clef key that has all these keychains and stuff like that. So if you know about the keychains, that could give you enough clue to where this is gonna go. But there's this key where the end of it is like a shape of a circle, kind of, and then the V on top. So it almost looks like a hand putting like a peace sign. And that's how you could already tell that this key is basically leading to Victini, in case my description isn't accurate enough. But yeah, it's just Pikachu and Dedenne that just takes it. I don't know if it might have been just Dedenne that took the key, but they went on their own and opened it. And it's almost like they went into this world, and all these doorways and portals open differently, as well as what I noticed. But it's almost like a canyon, mountainous, pointy, one of those pointy rocks that always have like a weird structure rock at the top. It looks like one of those canyon areas, but like very, very high up. And this is also another dimension, because I refuse to think that this is somewhere in the world. And I'll get back to that. Like, you might say like, okay, maybe it is in a land that has these things. No. Trust me when I say later on, you're gonna think that all these are just different dimensions, and it makes no fucking sense. But, yeah. And there's like a bunch of clouds and stuff. Dedenne and Pikachu are there. Pikachu, I think, falls off by accident, but the clouds turns out to be bouncy. So, like, unless you think there's bouncy clouds in the Pokemon world, which I'm pretty sure technically there is, but, you know, besides the point. 1790. They bounce on the clouds. Dedenne has some fun. Pikachu jumps a bit too far out of the clouds. He falls off. Victini catches him and, you know, says hi and everything. And I forgot that Victini could fucking fly because he has wings on his legs. And yeah, so eventually Victini brings him back to the clouds. And what I could only assume that Pikachu and Dedenne went back to the keyhole on their own and made it back to Klefki's pocket dimension. So Klefki says hi and stuff. Hawlucha and all the starter Pokemon are still figuring out what to do because they weren't with Pikachu and Dedenne to the Victini world. Meanwhile, this is happening. I think Meowth and Wobbuffet and Inkay try to take another key thinking that it's treasure. They're like, oh, this is gold and weirdly shaped, let's put it on this thing. And this shape of the key at the end is a lot harder to describe. It looks like an oval, but like the 2 points almost looks like a rod, but it's also similar to the 2 points as Victini, but it's more elongated and it has like round tips towards the end. And in case it wasn't obvious enough, because towards the end of the key it was blue or whatever, this is a key that leads to Manaphy. Because this pocket dimension has nothing but water bubbles, and there's a good chance I might have in the order mixed up, but trust me, it doesn't matter. All these has water bubbles that are just floating, similar to how they were floating in one of the Pokemon movies. I think it was the Darkrai one? Or no, it was probably Pokemon Ranger, where the water bubble is just like a sphere and there are Pokemon swimming in it. It looks like that, but there's a whole dimension full of it, where it's just floating. So that's how I know that these are all dimensions, because I know for a fact that that's just not a case at planet Earth in their world. There's just no way. But these are where all the other water Pokemon lived. You see Starmies and Whale Lords and shit like that. All types of water Pokemon. And then you see Manaphy swimming across and saying hi and such, while Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay's freaking out. And then the Whale Lord kind of shoots them out and uses Water Spout from one of the bigger water spheres that they're in.
So yeah, they were trying to find treasure. They're like, oh, this isn't the treasure room. Where the heck are we, or whatever. So yeah, that's what's pretty much going on. So meanwhile, Pikachu, Dedenne, Halucha, Fennekin, Froakie, Chespin all go at the same time and choose this key that's very blocky and kind of has, I don't know how to describe the shape, but just to make it easier, just to explain what the key is basically Jirachi's key, because the coloration is like a light blue gem, a little bit of silver, a little bit of gold. But then towards the end, it's not really a star shape, but it kind of is. It kind of is more of a shape of a house. It has like the 3 points at the top, and at the bottom it looks like 2 legs facing each other. That's the best way I could describe it. That's why I just kind of wanted to shortcut it, just so you guys know it's Jirachi, because it'd be harder to describe otherwise. But I think I did a pretty decent job describing it. It's just the shape kind of threw me off of what it could be. But I had a feeling it was Jirachi because of the coloration. And there's a good chance that they went to the Jirachi world first, and then Meowth went to Manaphy. But again, the order doesn't matter. So they go inside this world. This place looks pretty beautiful and everything. You know, it's this ice land that has an aurora veil at the top of the sky and everything. And they see this gigantic ice slide. The Dedenne just hops down, Pikachu follows along with the other Pokemon. Chespin gets a little bit hesitant, but then he kind of jumps, but he spins out of control while he's sliding. And this ice slide is very fucking dangerous for sure, because there's no railings and you can just fall off the slide, or the side I should say. But yeah, Klefki is also there, but I think he's just floating around, I don't know. But yeah, the Dedenne slides a bit further down, and I think the Pokemon name is Amoris, like the pre-evolution to Aurorus or whatever the Bronchosaurus motherfucker is called. Amoris? I'm blanking on the name, I had it before, but basically the baby Pokemon of that. Blocks the Dedenne, moves him out of the way so he doesn't get bumped by the other Pokemon sliding down. And then they continue to slide down, and they eventually go land on a Tyrant. So when they slam down, Pikachu automatically and immediately uses Thunderbolt and pisses off the Tyrant more. So it's rather weird. So they basically pissed each other off landing on this Tyrant. I don't know whose fault it is. I'm gonna say Pikachu, because, you know, they slid down the thing and they knew they were gonna fall off, and they don't know where the slide's going or the potential that could land somebody. Because to be fair, they almost hit the Dedenne if it wasn't for that other dinosaur Pokemon. And the fact that, like, he immediately used Thunderbolt just for shits and giggles, kind of, I don't know, I'm kind of more so on Team Tyrant side, because it was Tyrant that they landed on. The Tyrant was just standing there. He didn't know fucking Pokemon were just gonna slide on him and bump into him or whatever. But yeah, eventually Lilio, that's his name, right? Lilio Pyroar? Lilio was there along with the Noibat next to this Tyrant. So yeah, they're already there, and I don't know how established fossil Pokemon are in the Pokemon world, because sometimes they just have them just because. Sometimes mention that they do come from fossils, sometimes they don't mention it at all, so I really don't know. So it's kind of harder to explain in this dimensional pocket if it's the case or not. Did I count the last one? I don't know if I did or not. I'll just continue. 1796. But yeah. So all the Pokemon are there, and they're trying to face off against each other. Tyrant, I don't recall if he pushes them out the way or uses Roar or some shit. I don't remember this part, but I just remember him slamming the other Pokemon onto the ice wall, and a bunch of ice rocks fall from the hill that they got slammed on, and they landed on the Pokemon. And then Pikachu and Fennekin uses like Thunderbolt and Flamethrower on one of the ice rocks towards the wall, that is, so they shoot forward closer to Tyrant immediately faster. I don't know if that makes sense, But basically all the Pokemon got on one of the ice rocks and uses their moves to push forward, like a booster, I guess. And then all of them kind of confront each other a bit more. And they get stopped by Klefki, or I forget. Something stops them, or maybe it was a Morris or some shit like that. I don't remember. But yeah, let me count this right quick. 1797. Eventually Jirachi comes out. He just spawns in and stuff, and I forgot to mention that like the door that opened for Jirachi's thing, it was like a puffy, starfy gate that just kind of consumes them and it puffs in. So I don't know, I just wanted to mention that because I just remembered that because of the whole Jirachi thing. But yeah, Jirachi spawns in, he turns around and has fun or whatever. I guess I forgot to mention that Pikachu does end up pushing Tyrant to the other side of the wall and the ice rocks fall on him and then they get pissed off. But yeah, Jirachi does come out and they play a little bit more on the slides. At some point, I'm trying to remember how it happened, but Pikachu and Tyrant does end up making it to the top of one of the ice things. Maybe it was when they were confronting each other and they crashed into each other, but it starts breaking apart. And this is the part that's kind of rude, but Pikachu looked at Tyrant because Tyrant's a bit worried to getting down because it was like over 30 feet or some shit. That Pikachu looks at him, he's like, "Don't worry buddy, I got you," or some shit, but then proceeds to open his mouth, get inside his mouth, and use Thunderbolt and shoot Tyrant up, so then he lands down 30 feet. So Pikachu is safe from landing on the ground. And that's how Pikachu ends off not on that icy thing anymore. It doesn't make any fucking sense, and that's fucking rude, to be honest with you. I don't care if you're a T-Rex that's durable against thunder moves, that's still rude, in my opinion. Yeah, that's for the most part. I'm trying to think. I think it cuts to Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay again. They found another key, because it just cuts to them going through another portal, which looks red, black, and white. And it looks kind of like everything's floating, and it almost looks like a Hellverse, to be honest with you. And then the camera points and pans to the right, and at some point a Darkrai just shows up because they're in the Darkrai pocket dimension. So Darkrai goes up to Meowth's face, he gets intimidated, and then they go back in. And you kind of see the keyhole that it is shaped as like a Darkrai a little bit. And they notice that the keyhole starts disappearing, and so Meowth comes to the conclusion that, hey, if we stay into the pocket dimension for too long, this shit will disappear. So I don't know how he came to that conclusion because they weren't even there for 0.2 seconds, but sure, I guess that works. So it kind of makes no sense, to be honest with you. Doesn't make any sense to me. 1800. But yeah, that's kind of what happened with that. So that's how they came to that conclusion. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, not only did he not wait a long time, but it's like, why would the keyholes disappear? Do they respawn? Like, how does one... Like, what if you have to stay longer than 2 seconds? If it takes that long to disappear? I don't know. I swear Pikachu and Dedenne took longer when they were at the Victini spot because they were bouncing on fucking clouds. I don't know. Anyway, it cuts back to the ice world in Aurora Vale while Jirachi is playing with Pikachu and all the other Pokemon that are still sliding down and stuff. Klefki starts freaking out because he starts noticing that one of the keyholes, the one that came from, starts blinking, and tries to tell the Pokemon, hey, if we don't go back because we took too long, this shit's gonna disappear. And I swear they've been there so long already, and it didn't matter because they were taking their sweet ass time with this whole thing. But for the most part, like, they sorry. they saw that it was blinking. Pikachu and all of them starts panicking a little bit. They go towards the top because, you know, just remember they slid down to do everything, so like the keyhole is a little bit high up on this ice bridge practically. Pikachu tries to say bye along with the other Pokemon. Tyrant, like, normally, might I add, he like stepped over because he was trying to get closer. Immediately cracks the ice bridge, and then it starts breaking apart, and all those Pokemon just fall down along with Tyrant to the bottom. And then all the Pikachu gang starts freaking out because they're like, oh shit, we can't get up there, and they start hopping and stretching. It was very stupid. It's like, just because you hop like 2 inches doesn't mean you're gonna get to a thing that's like 20 feet above the sky. So I don't know why they even bothered doing that. 1804. Also, fucking Hawlucha's there, and he could fucking fly. It's like, why didn't you do that? Why does Hawlucha not know how to fly? Like, I know he knows how to fly. I just don't know if Ash's Hawlucha knows how to fly. That doesn't make any sense to me. He has a move called Flying Press. Like, he could at least jump high, no? So it was a bit confusing. And, you know, not to mention that Noibat is still there and he's flying next to the keyhole along with Jirachi. So, like, I know you could pick up certain Pokemon. Like, just try your best to carry something, right? Like, the Dene can't be that heavy. That's just what I thought of. So then Tyrant, I guess he's cool with the Pikachu gang now. He walks up underneath the keyhole because, like, I don't recall if the start thing is popping up or not. But he's like, oh, at first I thought what he was gonna do, he's gonna use his tail to catapult them up to the keyhole. No, no, no. They didn't do that at all. That's what I thought they were gonna do. And instead, they decided to stand on each other to make a Pokemon ladder to make this work, which they didn't think at all that this is stupid. So this is like confusion number 4 or 5. I already lost count. But they all start making a totem pole, pretty much. With Hawlucha's in the middle, which this Pokemon could fucking fly again. Like, I don't know why he's doing this. Why is he standing in the middle and not fucking flying? Am I missing something? Again, I haven't watched the anime, so I don't know if Ash's Hawlucha's known not to fly. But it's stupid. It's like, what the fuck? And then Pikachu's at the top, of course, because he's always at the top or whatever. And it's 1806. And yeah, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, none whatsoever. And the Dene is kind of going there and he's falling off. And because the Dene fall off, all the other Pokemon fall off. It was fucking stupid. So they were trying to think of something. And I'm kind of forgetting how it happened. Shit, I don't remember how they actually ended up getting up there. Fuck, I actually don't remember. 1807. I might have to look at this part up, but, you know, basically, I don't know if, well, Klefki could also fly, might I add. Hold on, let me look that part up, because I'm kind of blanking on that. You know, it would have been easier if they just took turns flying. But no. But no, I just don't understand. I don't know why my phone's still notifying me. That's what that was. Okay. Let's go find that part, and hopefully I'll actually skim through just in case there's any missing parts that I didn't say before. So we'll do that. Okay, so the plot. Actually, let me look at the blurb. Maybe the blurb will shed some light on some things, if it lets me, because this fucking advertisement's out the way. 1808. The blurb says, in Pokemon, Pikachu was this key. Pikachu and friends meet Klefki, a Pokemon who holds the keys to the mystical worlds of mythical Pokemon. Yeah, so to think that he has access to all these legendary Pokemon is insane. And I did notice that it's exclusively mythical, so I don't know what that's about. And I kind of always saw Darkrai as a legendary Pokemon, but I guess not.
I don't know. Again, with me, I just kind of always group them together because there's no point separating legendary Pokemon, making them mythical or legendary. There's like no difference. It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, let's see. Okay, so let me read this fast to myself. I mean, I say that, but then like I see this Oddish and I'm like looking at him right now. Hold on, 1810. It says Rustic Cottage. What the hell? Pikachu and Fennekin accidentally knocked Chespin off a roundabout. I guess that's what they're calling it. Chespin, seeing this as a chance to be mischievous, gets some distance between the roundabout and himself. And then the Dene joins, and because this happens, that's how they got out of control and fall off. Okay, just to clarify, that's what happened, alright. The Dene recovers, it runs around the side of the cottage and finds an open cellar window. Okay. Being curious, it jumps down into the cellar, which seems to be to use for storage. Nah, man, but what I saw, like, the Dene just took off and he just ran off smiling. It made no sense. And then it became curious. It made, I don't know, it would have made more sense if he just flew off and just went through the window, and then that's how he got into the treasure room. Then he becomes curious. Not the other way around where he falls off and then went out of his way to run off for like damn near a fucking whole entire lap's worth of running to get to this window. It was so weird. So yeah. There are numerous artifacts such as golden necklaces, swords, and grand assortments of pottery and furniture. He falls in the cellar, getting his head caught in a ceramic vase. And then that's when Meowfit is there, accompanied with Wobbuffet and Inkay, behind a bush outside the cellar, which I don't know why they didn't see all the treasure. They watched Pikachu and Dedenne leave the cellar, and the golden key still clung to Dedenne's toe. Okay. Let's see. Sorry if this is a lot slower. And we got an egg ready. Okie dokie. I almost counted that. Okay, but we're at 170 eggs now. 17% in the way there. Yay me. It'd be nice to at least get a shiny Eevee, you know, just for my efforts. We do have another egg at least. Let's go take a look at this. There is a part that I did forget on here, because they mentioned that because Klefki was trying to grab the keys from the Dedenne, that Pikachu does Thunder Shock it, which is again rude, but I understand. Speed is up, special defense is down, adaptability ability, and naive nature, good endurance. Okay. I mean, we're doing a pretty good pace when it comes to the eggs, to be honest with you. Hold on. I was still kind of skimming through. Okay, now I'm actually skimming because I had to look up because I had to go back to the gym and stuff. So Pikachu offers the key to Klefki. With great excitement, Klefki happily accepts and pushes Pikachu to an opening in the woods, prompting to the other Pokemon to follow. In the middle of the path, a floating keyhole awaits the group. Klefki holds up both keys in its possession, because I forgot that it has 2 keys. 1812. I don't think I ever noticed what exactly the key led to, unless that was Victini key. I'm not sure. I don't recall. Shit, I don't remember where I was.
So Cliffy holds up both keys in possession, figures out which one fits. The golden key that Denny found in the cellar and Pikachu gave it to it was the exact fit. So I guess that was Clef Key's main key. 1813. And it did take a long time lifting the keys just to see what matches with the keyhole, so it was kind of dumb. But to be fair, like Clef Key is like a key ring, so yeah. Clef Key inserts the key and turns it, opening a bright purple vortex that pulls the group of Pokemon in. From behind a decorative planter, Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Nkay watch in awe. Before the vortex disappears, they jump into the spiraling portal as well before it closes and leaves the keyhole behind. So I guess Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Nkay sneaked in way before the other Pokemon did. So I guess that was a mistake on my part, that they snuckily snuck in as the other Pokemon did. The world they arrived in is a dreamlike, like a pink sky vegetation of all shapes and colors. Many of the objects in this realm are fittingly key-shaped, and the narrator states that it's Clef Key's world. Clef Key shows the group the amount of keys that it has collected, surpassing many trees and heights. Chespin picks up the stray key that is lying next to the pile, throws it towards the top, trying to put it back. In doing so, it causes the massive keys to fall down, nearly engulfing him. Okay. So yeah, I guess when they did get the Victini key, the Denny was trying to fit in the wrong keyhole. I do remember that part, but forgot to mention it. He like tries to stab it in the keyhole, but Pikachu's like, bro, wrong keyhole, bro. You like if these were blocks and he's trying to make the square shape go fit in the triangle shape and he gets disappointed, that's on him, bro. That's him being stupid at that point. But yeah, oops. Oh, that's his advertisement. Many pillars and stacked boulders poking through the clouds. This is the Victini world. Pikachu gets too close to the edge before realizing that there was a drop off and fall into the clouds, which bounce him back into the air. And then Victini appears. And then eventually they left and regrouped with the others. Okay, let's see. And then there's 1815. Actually, now that I think about it, so then around that point, that's when the other Pokemon showed up. Then I thought wait, I'm getting confused. Or well, I don't fucking know. Okay, I'm trying to read it kind of quickly in my head. Okay, so now they got the Jirachi key, and now they're going inside the snowy world. Amora, Tyrant, Noibat, Lilio. And he lands on Tyrant, followed by Froakie and Hawlucha, who had fallen on top of Pikachu. Out of disorientation, Pikachu lets out a burst of electricity and shocks all of them. This frustrates Tyrant, who sees Pikachu as a threat at first. Chespin comes in behind and rests and falls into Tyrant's open mouth, stabbing Tyrant's tongue with his pointy head spikes. That did happen because, yeah, because remember Chespin kind of jumped last on the icy slide and such. But yeah, he landed inside his mouth, and because of his quills, it kind of pointed and hurt Tyrant from the inside. And yeah, I guess at this point, yeah, Meowth then went into the Gleaming Gold world, which, well, that's the key he described that he had, but he ended up being the the Manaphy world, where they got shot out by Will Lord and such. 1818. So yeah, Tyrant's retaliating and getting more angry before the Pokemon destroyed the large structure of ice they were standing on. All of them fall except for Tyrant and Pikachu, who are left on a chunk of ice, only big enough for the two of them. Oh, I thought they went up there. Okay, no. Everything crumbled down and the Pokemon fell, and then they stayed up there. Okay. Pikachu prompt Tyrant to jump on going in Tyrant's mouth and electrocuting it. They fall safely to the ground with Tyrant slightly dazed when the mythical Pokemon Jirachi appears to play with the others. I still think it's rude, alright? Just to be barely... Nah, man. That's the equivalent of pushing somebody off of a fucking cliff and saying, oh, don't worry, dude, you got a bungee cord. Like, it's still kind of fucked, you know? Yeah, like, imagine tasing somebody and then pushing them out of the bungee jump or some shit. That's almost kind of basically the same, to a degree. You're not getting electrocuted by the inside or anything, and I feel like, if anything, Tyrant got a little bit more hurt. But yeah. Let's see here. This fucking thing jumped. Stones start to treasure. Miai finds an earth key and opens up a world that is red and black with no ground and large, strangely shaped structures floating around the air. The mythical Pokemon Darkrai scares them back to the Klefki's world. Obviously not happy that they have intruded. When they return, they notice that the keyhole was just left is starting to fade. This means trouble for all of them since the keyholes are about to disappear. Okay, well... 1820. Alright, let's go back to the Pokemon Center. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and do this. Sorry if I was too quiet. I literally spaced out with the entirety of the time I was doing that. I think I did that last time too, except I wasn't spacing out. I apologize for that. Alright, let's go ahead and continue. So yeah, Klefki warns the others, and once they approach the keyhole, due to Tyrant's weight, basically the ice collapsed. Falling to the ground, they are unable to reach the keyhole which Klefki has opened. Using teamwork, Tyrant lifts all of Pikachu and his friends into the keyhole in time for them to return to Klefki's world. So I guess they kind of glossed over that. I guess they were about to fall and they make it in anyway, but I don't remember how. Unless they all kind of slightly jumped because he started falling down. You know, that's the whole reason I went to check this page, is just for clarification. I'm gonna have to look back on it then. Shit, I straight up don't remember. Okay, so anyway, eventually, yeah, all the Pokemon made it back on time. And they even had time to stick their heads out of the puffy star to say goodbye and then go in there. So just to recap, when they made it to the keyhole when it was about to fade away, they were about to say bye anyway. You know, they're about to go inside the keyhole. Tyrant steps a little bit forward. It cracks the ice bridge. They all fall down. This is still fading away, but it's still there. All the Pokemon starts jumping and stretching and stuff like that. The thing is still fading away. Tyrant has an idea. Oh, hey, everybody, stand on me. They all take their time getting up to make a gigantic totem pole, again with the Lucha in the middle, even though you can fucking fly, and that there's other Pokemon that are flying currently, like Noibat, Klefki, and Jirachi. And plus, they could just wish to just get out of there with Jirachi's help, because he's a Pokemon that grants wishes. So I don't know. Either way, the Denny gets to the top, Pikachu was there. I swear that they fell off, and I don't know if something happened that I guess Tyrant managed to get all of those Pokemon back inside there, but I do remember them hopping to the top. I just don't remember how. I don't know if Tyrant just like smashes the ground and kind of seesaws them back up or something. I'm trying to remember. Let me see if I could just go find that part. Let me see. I'll put my Valium down. I need to see that part. So that should be the bit towards the end because we're almost practically finished. So let's go click like here-ish. Okay, so I'm looking at... I skipped at the perfect part. I see Tyrant stepping and he cracked the shit. All that shit falls down. Because it was on an ice bridge. 1823. They see the thing up there. Klefki's like, oh no, we gotta go now. He's like, no shit, Sherlock, bruh. And then they all start jumping and stretching. I see that shit. Tyrant's going up top. He's shaking his tail. Amorous is like, oh, that's a great idea. And again, I thought they were gonna catapult each other at this point. All the Pokemon work together and stand up, including the Bronchosaurus Pokemon, who's the second one to be on the totem pole. The Denny's on the top, almost falls off already. Chespin helps him up. Oh, Fennekin's at the top. It wasn't even Pikachu. Wow. And they're all falling off balance on this stupid-ass totem pole that they're still missing like a good 5 to 6 feet. Jirachi and Noibat helps out, pushing them to balance and not fly up there. Interesting choice. I forgot about that detail. Klefki's telling them what to do floating around them instead of helping them themselves. The Denny's jumping off Fennekin despite there being, you know, well out of the range of jumping, I suppose. Because we got 1824. Tyrant then puffs up and strengthens up, I guess. He's yelling. Tyrant jumps. And I guess that's enough to get him through the portal. Okay, I guess that's what happened. So it's a lot dumber than I thought. Interesting. So Tyrant just jumps higher, and that's enough to get them. And then they're poking their head out, they're saying goodbye, as the portal is fading away still. How much time did they have? Was there anything to worry about? Why was Klefki fucking doing that? And then like the little Starfy Puffy start thing starts bobbing up and down, which is interesting. It's such a weird door. And yeah, okay, so yeah, that's basically what happened. So I guess they were right after all when it comes to that. Alright, I stopped watching the video. Interesting choices here. Interesting choices, but that's available in Pokeflix if you wanted to see that short for yourself. But 1825, I know I miscounted for sure. Yeah, I don't know about this. I really don't. It makes no fucking sense. Either way, when they get to Klefki's world, Klefki starts panicking and stuff like that because he's like, all the keyholes are gonna fade away. So it's like, why, when nobody entered the other pocket dimensions, are they fading away too? And so Klefki is trying to tell them like, oh, you gotta get out of here before you get stuck here. Which again, it's like, why is it fading away? Because it's like, how does one even venture through these? How did you even get here, Klefki? Does this shit respawn or not? That's my question. Is it just like a convenience thing? It's like, you don't want to wait here for a whole day till it respawns? Is it gone forever? Why is it gone forever? Why is your key so ass that like you could get stuck within going 0.2 seconds on one pocket dimension and then like take 20 minutes on the other one? I don't get it. Or however long they were in that other place for. But I forget this part. I think what happened was Klefki was about to use the key, but you know, it starts bouncing around by accident. They lose control, and all the other Pokemon are like the worst football team trying to catch this key. Oh, actually, I know what happened. Okay, as soon as they get out of the Jirachi world, you know, the Meowth and Wobbuffet and Inkay is already there in the main world of the pocket dimension, that is. And Meowth is the one that tells them about this, that everything's fading away. 1827, and then Meowth insisted that like, oh, don't worry, I'll get it, and then he takes the key, and then Meowth at some point runs along with Wobbuffet and Inkay. Meowth is the one that falls down. And then it appears that every Pokemon here will never be accepted in the football team ever in their lives because every single Pokemon missed the catch on catching this key. Klefki, Dedenne, Wobbuffet, Inkay, Froakie, Chespin, Fennekin, Halucha, they all missed the key. They bounced towards the mountain of keys towards the end, and of course Pikachu blocks it, but then he falls into the thing and then it crashes, and then Meowth panics because in his imagination the key went inside the mountain thing. But like I said, like right after, that's when Pikachu saved the key in there. He gets inside the mountain thing, it does fall down of all these keys, and then it turns out Pikachu does have the key after all, because plot armor, I guess. And Pikachu lifts it up, and then they go over and they're taking their sweet ass time saying goodbye, even though all these keyholes are fading away as we speak. But they say goodbye to Klefki. Thank you for joining our short. Now get the fuck out of here, you garbage Pokemon with your garbage making no sense garbage plotline. But they say goodbye, they head out all one at a time, and then they return to their playground along with Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay, and then they go return to Team Rocket, and then it was called for dinner time coincidentally as soon as they get there, and that's the end of the story. Klefki was trapped within his own pocket dimension according to his own rules, I guess. I don't understand. Like, do you understand why I'm confused about all this? Is like, why does this treasure room, like, okay, again, Dedenne just ran off and then chose to be curious somewhere else after he got flung out of the roundabout shit. Went into the treasure room. Why does the treasure room have a Klefki special mythical key? And no explanation to the treasure room either. Like, who would it belong to? Why did they have all the treasure in this one room with the window open? Like, not a vault either. It's like, is this a rich person living in this area, I guess? Or, like, I don't understand. And, like, are these actual Pokemon from different dimensions or what? Like, that's another part I don't understand. Why does Klefki has access to other dimensions, and why does nobody ever talk about that? Unless it's in, like, the Pokédex entry, I don't know. And why do they fade away? And do they respawn? And if they don't, why is he even bothering collecting keys if that's always the harmful thing about it? If he's just gonna end up either potentially get stuck there, or I don't know. I feel like Klefki can go in and out whenever he wants to. I feel like they do respawn, but that's so stupid. 1831. And it would be cool, I think, honestly, Klefki is the cheat code with all of this and catching all the Pokemon. If you catch a Klefki, you have access to all the mythical Pokemon. And I think that makes Klefki a lot more valuable in the anime, at least, if you really think about it. So I find that fascinating. I still think it's more confusing about the whole Skitty storyline with Unknown and stuff like that, because Skitty know exactly where Unknown came from, and that so bothers me. Because it's like, so Unknown came from the sky because he came from a dimension of Unknown. I accepted that. I get that. They're psychic type. That's their thing. They come from a different dimension. I have already understood that part. And they done that before. And they not only did that in a previous anime episode, they did that in a fucking movie. So we know this about Unknown. The thing I didn't understand is why Skitty knew about that. A Pokemon that doesn't belong to May, and even if it did belong to May, May wasn't there for that movie. Like, this was in Johto times and not Hoenn. And, like, this isn't May's Skitty at all. This is just a Skitty that lived in town that she was trying to remember, and I thought she was full of crap at first, but she took them to the sewers, you know, not the sky area, but below the ground level for it. And took her to this wall that's like a puzzle room, except it's like the easiest puzzle room to then proceed to enter different dimensions that eventually led to the Unknown dimension. That shit makes no sense. Like, I don't understand what the fuck drugs the fucking creators been on. None of that shit makes sense. Like, the Skitty involvement, the dimensions that's just within the city, no explanation to the lore of the city at all. It just doesn't make any sense. I don't understand. And, like, I don't know.
this one I could kind of accept to be true, that Klefki, like I said, mythical Pokemon, it's a fantasy world. You know, he could have mythical keys that lead to mythical things, but they're pocket dimensions is what bothers me. I could imagine maybe these keys just lead, you know, in a way where Klefki technically could teleport. But these are different dimensions. There's floating water bubbles, and then dark red, like, places of dimensions where Darkrai's from the Hellverse and shit like that. And like in an Aurora Vale ice tundra with extinct Pokemon living in it. And like, I don't know, and then like a fucking mountain bouncy cloudy area. None of this shit makes sense. I don't know, bruh. It's just so I'm just so lost. So yeah, and I guess Klefki's stuck there. I don't know. They never told me the fucking rules. That's just from what I gathered. And none of the Pokemon even thought twice to use any of the flying Pokemon to get up there. Because maybe they were panicking, I don't know. Again, even if they were stuck there, they could just wish themselves out of there, because they got the wish-making Pokemon. They're like, that's his fucking universe. So, I don't know, bro. I'm just lost. So, I do like this, you know, even though I'm complaining about it, of the confusion, I do like this short. You know, I like the Eevee and Friends short, and I like this short. The other shorts I wasn't too into. Like, I could just tell you which ones I like and don't like. I would have to look at the Pikachu short list, or maybe I should save that for a lot later, but 1836. It's pretty close on matching with the vibe of the Diancie and Cocoon of Destruction movie, but I think it doesn't fit the vibe at the same time. I hate talking about, like, I know I'm not gonna make any sense talking about this, but like, again, I think in color and everything. Diancie, the Cocoon of Destructions, you know, because of Yveltal and Xerneas, I do think of red and blue, but then I always think about pink and stuff like that because of Diancie. But with the Klefki storyline, I think of pink and white, and I know it's not going to make any sense in anybody else's correlation, but it doesn't match the vibe completely with the storyline, so we will make another one. The problem is I have less of an idea of what to match this one with, because it doesn't make any sense. I don't know, none of the holidays really match up either, so that's gonna be the hard part for me. Because we covered New Year's, we covered Valentine's Day for the last one. We have yet to cover St. Patrick's Day, but I think we should save that for later because it wouldn't match the vibe on this movie either. We covered Easter. We have not covered Mother's Day or Father's Day. We covered 4th of July, which 4th of July would have been perfect, I think, to fit in this one, but we gave it to the 15th movie. Unless we switch it over. I think we did rotate one short in the past, right? I don't recall. 1839. August doesn't have a holiday as far as I'm aware. September technically does, but I don't really see Veterans Day and President's Day as an actual holiday. But there's Halloween, which we covered. There's Thanksgiving, which we covered, and then there's Christmas that Pokemon already covered in general. And then there's other holidays I could consider too, like there's Gopher's Day, or Prairie Dog Day, or Groundhog's Day, that's what it's called. That'd be a weird choice, to be honest with you, to have a Groundhog's Day. There's Chinese New Year's. There's shit. Fucking leaf blowers, bro. Come on, man. Or is this just a gardener? I'm running out of shit. Maybe we could do Father's Day potentially. I don't know. Unless we think of a different idea, because like I said in the past, we did, like, you know, did a movie experience Pikachu short. So maybe instead of thinking a holiday, we could think of something like that. So what would be the idea here? Like, what could we go for here? I don't think there's been a Zygarde movie as far as I'm aware, right? So maybe, because I still have yet to figure out whether I'm gonna do about like the pirate Rugrats like Pikachu short that we replaced it in Pokemon 9. Or replaced it, I don't recall. I forget what Pokemon 9 short was. I think it was supposed to be 4D, but we couldn't watch it. So we just replaced it just for that reason, or whatever. So, I don't know. But we could have some idea like that. How about that? I think I like that idea. We could have a superhero Rugrats Pikachu short. That'll make sense. Like almost an Avenger combination of Justice League. I like that idea, actually. I'll do that. I'll do that as an idea. I'm pretty hyped for it, because you know I'm into superheroes and shit like that. So, out of the Pokemon, I don't know who else is involved in the X and Y movie. I'm so happy that the Gardeners decided to do it at this very moment to just rev up their fucking lawnmowers or leaf blowers or whatever the fuck. I can't tell because they sound the same at the moment. And again, I've been watching Invincible, so now I'm about to start season 3, and I'm pretty hyped for it. So, is it fair to just say Pikachu is just Superman, or is that not fair? I don't know. So we'll say Pikachu, Fennekin, Froakie, Chespin, Hawlucha, 1842. Should we just stick with the Pikachu shorts, or should we go with the Pokemon that is within everybody else's Pokemon? I don't know if Crustle was involved. Wait, let me just check. Let me just check that before I, like, I don't know. Okay, let's see. I think that'd be a pretty good idea. It kind of immediately got inspired just thinking about Zygarde 100% form, because that would be very cool, and I don't know if he was introduced at this point. Let's see, so the year this came out was 2014. I think I do need to check to see if Zygarde 100% form was confirmed for this. The home video came out in 2015 though, for the United States in February. But I'll keep that in mind. July 19th, 2014. And I'll look into whether Zygarde was introduced around that time. So let me go to the character section as we improve our count. 1843. Because I really would like, you know, a semblance of a Poke team that, you know, there's Justice League like Superman and Batman, but then there's also Avengers like Captain America, Iron Man. Iron Man's going to be a lot harder to discuss, to be honest with you. But, you know, that would be cool as shit. And have like Meowth and Wobbuffet and Inkay as the villain, which rightly so, because, you know, Inkay turning into Malamar is technically evil. Okay, so the Pokemon, we have Pikachu, Meowth, Wobbuffet, Dedenne, Froakie, Fletchinder. He does have a Fletchinder, and he wasn't in the short, what the fuck? That's some bullshit. Hawlucha, Fennekin, Bunnelby, Chespin, Inkay, and then it basically stops there. So, Bunnelby will be included along with Fletchinder, because what the fuck? Why isn't Fletchinder included? The starters are here, though. Hawlucha is also here. Okay, good. Alright, cool. Crustle isn't here as far as I'm aware, though. Yeah. Or Crustle. My bad, I'm thinking of fucking Silent. Nah, Clement only has Bunnelby, technically Dedenne, and yeah. Okay, alright, let's think about the superheroes here, then. Pikachu is Superman. Let's think about yeah, Pikachu is Superman. What's the other characters? 1844. So the starters, there's Fennekin, Chespin, Froakie,
Then there's Hawlucha. And then there's Bumblebee. And then there's the Dene. I want to say the Dene is a girl. I don't know that for a fact. Then there's Fletchinder. And this should be all the Pokemon. Fuck. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's just 6. Pikachu, the Dene, Hawlucha, Fletchinder, Bumblebee, Froakie, Chespin, Fennekin. That's 8 Pokemon. Alright, well we can make that work, and if we need to add Pokemon just to have a more complete Avenger / Justice League, the Avenge League, I guess we could call it, the Pokevengers. Yeah, Pikachu has to be Superman, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Froakie could be a pretty cool Spider-Man, I think. I don't know if it makes sense to make him red and blue or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, Froakie could be like a Spider-Man. I'm debating whether to make... I almost made Froakie or Hawlucha Batman or Bumblebee. I'm not sure who would fit the best. Hawlucha honestly could just fit as just a luchador as it is and be his own hero. So we could do that, and maybe have Bumblebee be like the Batman of the group. And then Fletchinder has to be Robin. Like, come on. Like, come on. Fletchinder already looks like he's wearing a mask. So Bumblebee is Batman, Fletchinder's Robin. I think the Dene could be Supergirl or Superboy if it is a male. I don't know. I assume it's a girl. Maybe I shouldn't assume gender, but that's already 4 characters. No, 5 characters done because Froakie's Spider-Man. Fennekin could be Scarlet Witch. Chespin could be perhaps Wolverine. I mean, he's been in some iterations of the Avengers. I know not the current one. And we'll just make Hawlucha a wrestler, I guess. You know, that's just how he is. And yeah, we'll make Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay their own villain at the moment. We could add other characters too, because there is the Pokestar Studios having Riolu Man and stuff. So we could have Riolu as a Pokemon, but then again, that's, I don't know, we already showed him in a New Year's special, so it'd be a bit weird to bring him back already. Alright, so I think we need a Captain America Pokemon, clearly. Like, clearly. Unless we do Rufflet again. And then also, we could have an inspiration of bringing all the Pokemon that we had before in our holiday special be the superheroes. That'd be a pretty decent idea. So Riolu represents New Year's. He could just be his own character, I guess, along with Hawlucha. That would be too many fucking superheroes though, but you know, that would be basically Infinity War. So Riolu would just be Riolu, I guess, or maybe some variation of like a Nightwing, perhaps. Yeah, something like that. Or Riolu could be Batman. Well, no, but I kind of want Bumblebee to be Batman because he doesn't fit any other character. Valentine's Day, 1847. Then again, Sandslash could be Wolverine. Yeah, the shiny Sandslash is like the female one. She could be a Wolverine. That's a good question. That is a good question. Unless we have a different Pokemon on there. Because we had a Azumarill, we have... Oh god, I'm gonna have to remember all of these. There's Meganium, there's Grovyle. Grovyle would be a pretty decent choice. I was trying to consider what would be a good Iron Man, to be honest with you. I don't know. Okay,
Alright, so Pikachu and Baniri, but I'm gonna just say that that's Dawn's Baniri because it'd be fucked up to be a whole different Baniri and Pikachu getting hit on by the first Baniri, only to be swept on his feet by a random Baniri doesn't make sense to me. Axew goes with Bagon. Oh, I'm blanking so hard. Yeah, so Meganium Grovyle. Oshawott gets rejected by Azumarill. 1849. Crustle and Stunfisk were platonic. Type Pig. Well, no, I mean Pignite goes with Combusken. Because I was considering Shiny Krogan too, but I don't know. Shiny Krogan could be like a Martian Manhunter reference, so we could have both Shiny Sandslash and Shiny Krogan. So, I don't know, a Martian Manhunter. Okay, we don't have St. Patrick's Day yet. For Easter, it really is just Shiny Baniri and Shiny Lopunny as the only extra Pokemon here. So I guess Shiny Lopunny could be like a Wonder Woman, perhaps. That'd be a pretty good choice. So we got a Superman, a Batman, a Wonder Woman. We need Green Lantern, we need Flash. We don't really need Aquaman or Shazam or whoever because we have Martian Manhunter. I mean, I guess we could get a Hot Girl, I suppose. But then for the Avengers, we need Captain America, we need Iron Man, and Thor and Hulk. It's fine just to be those. Any extra members would be fine, I guess. Let's see, 1850. So we don't have Mother's Day or Father's Day yet. Rufflet has to be Captain America. That's just a fact. Maybe Patrat could be Iron Man because he built the drones. What a fucking... And that's the shiny Patrat too. That makes it work. Except, like, I mean, I don't know. I still don't remember if I have another shiny. If it isn't a shiny, if it's just a regular Patrat and I had 2 other shinies on there, then that still works because, like, you know, the red eyes kind of benefit Iron Man more on having a suit. But yeah, his body would be like a drone suit, so I think that's perfect. Quite honestly. So now we need a Hulk, a Thor, Flash, Green Lantern, potentially Hot Girl, and Aquaman. Which I know that Froakie could be easily Aquaman, but like, who else would be a better Spider-Man than, you know, anything closer to a Greninja? We need, we have Halloween, so there's Shiny Ghastly and Shiny Duskull. Damn, dude, Duskull would be a pretty decent Batman too. Fuck! Damn it, that complicates things, and I ran out of moves. Damn it, that's a good question, dude. Unless Duskull is something else. Because I keep putting almost all the shinies together. Except I didn't put shiny Mew or shiny Jirachi and stuff. Or shiny Lucario. Or I'm definitely not putting shiny Ho-Oh on there. That'd be too broken. Well, wait, Chespin fucking... I put Sandslash as Wolverine, so who the fuck's Chespin gonna be? Maybe Chespin could be like a... potential Doctor Strange or something? Or Shazam? I mean, I know Supergirl isn't part of the fucking... Oh my god, I hate it when I do that. Whatever, I could heal anyway. I don't know, bruh, to be honest with you. Maybe we could change some characters around. Because the Dedenne doesn't have to be Supergirl. Maybe the Dedenne could be Shazam. And it doesn't matter whether it's male or female. Hold on, let me... before. Let me check to be absolutely sure what gender the Dene is. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a girl, but if it's a male, it works too. I still think that like it'd be good that we just give her fucking Shazam, because who else is gonna be lightning powers besides Pikachu to be Shazam? You know what I mean? Well, we'll try to make it work. Hold on, let me go to the Pokemon section. Okay. The Dene is male. Okay, well then that settles it. The Dene is then Shazam. Maybe Duskull should be Batman then, and Fletchinder's Robin, or like a Red Robin or something. Riolu's Nightwing, perhaps. So maybe Chespin could be just a Robin, like a regular Robin. Robin, Red Robin, and Nightwing, because there's a lot of Robins and stuff. And maybe the Shiny Ghastly could be technically female, so it could be Batgirl. I don't know, something like that. I still don't remember what shiny I gave the Thanksgiving one. I think it was just Shiny Pidgey. So yeah. So Shiny Pidgey, I'll make it female, and it's gonna be Hot Girl. And I feel like I should have some teaser on what Pokemon to, you know, for a future potential, like St. Patrick's Day, oh, Mother's Day, Father's Day type of thing. Is it really just 3 holidays I'm missing, or am I just, I don't know? Because there's all the other ones too, like, you know, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa and stuff, because I could look into it and learn about it. Because I don't know anything about, like, I know a little bit about Hanukkah only because Rugrats introduced me to it a long time ago, and maybe some other shows, but Rugrats is the only thing that makes me remember so far. We do have another pack ready for us, or I guess it lied to us. It says in about 2 minutes. Okay, so Bumblebee is switched out, right? So Bumblebee could be unless, no, I think Chespin fits fine as a Robin, to be honest. Oh, we could make Hawlucha Hulk, because it's like the bigger Pokemon out of all of them, instead of just a Luchador. Because we made Riolu something, and we made Fletchinder something. We might as well make Hawlucha the Hulk. Yeah, I like that idea. And then we'll make Bumblebee Thor then, because like Clement has tools and he's blonde, so Bumblebee wants to be just like Clement. I think that works. So yeah, so we got Justice League and Avengers going side and side. We'll do little teasers on St. Patrick's Day. Like the only thing I could think of with St. Patrick's Day, what we could do is I want to put Shaman on there, just as a little teaser. 1857. Mother's Day, I was thinking more so like Kangaskhan and Marowak and Cubone and baby Kangaskhan and shit like that, as a little teaser. And for Father's Day, I have no idea. I guess we could make it have like oh fuck, I don't even know, bro. I was gonna say like Nidoking, or maybe Pangoro. Yeah, I need to think that through a little bit more, but for now we'll say Nidoking. So then again, Nidoking, why wouldn't he be the Hulk at that rate? You know what I mean? Shit, man, that complicates things though. All right, we still need a Flash, so we still need a Green Lantern. We still need, well, we don't really need Aquaman, but yeah. That's a lot of characters either way. That's that. Because we just practically almost added like 2 of each. Bro. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that'd be a pretty decent idea and a funny idea. We could have Slackoff as one of the characters in Father's Day, except it would be his son, or Slack King, I should say. Slack King be the dad, and then Slackoff be the son. So, like, Slackoff, he could be one of the characters, but he could be Flash. Ironically, 1858. Because, like, what other fucking fast Pokemon am I gonna put, realistically? I don't know, bro. That wouldn't make any sense. Right? Maybe the way we can make it work is like in this imagination thing or whatever. I don't know. I'm so tempted to put Groundhog's Day, I should say. Shaman could be Green Lantern, fuck it. 1859. I'll just say Slackoff is Flash. I think that's funny as hell. Mother's Day. It's either that or we make Ponyta Flash. Because, like, you know, it is the literal horse that's, you know, horses are fast and everything. And we could have that for a future Mother's Day thing, but I didn't really envision it to be that way because, you know, I'm already kind of settled with a few moms already. It's easier to think about moms rather than fathers, ironically enough. Unless we... Oh, fuck. That's a good idea, too. Shit! I don't know. Hawlucha could be Green Arrow instead, and we'll make Nidoking the future father as the Hulk to represent Father's Day. Well, then again, is there a big green Pokemon for St. Patrick's Day instead of Shaman? Well, then again, I want to put Shaman, and then he could be Green Lantern. Oh god, it's so complicated. I made it overly complicated. I don't even remember what number I'm at. I think I'm at 171 now? Oh, there's so many Pokemon. A61. Okay, let's try to count it. Well, I mean, I don't know. I still need to think of giant big green Pokemon, and Tangrowth is technically blue. Unless we make them shiny, then he'd be giant green. Yeah, we could do that, right? Giant green Pokemon Tangrowth, and then Shaman would also be that. But then there's no Father's Day representatives. Unless I could think of Aquaman replacement. What's a good Aquaman replacement? Aquaman for Father's Day representing. What's a dad that would be proud of his son as a water type? Because it could be like a Blastoise or something. I could imagine that. Empoleon would also be a pretty good Aquaman because he's pretty much beside him. But I don't see him in a Father's Day role. That's the problem. 1862. It doesn't have to fit the Father's Day thing, but I don't know. Okay, so what we have so far, we got Pikachu as Superman. Batman is Duskull, apparently. Well, no, but I said shiny Duskull, and he's red. that kind of... Fuck. Okay, well, we'll keep it as him as Batman anyway. We have Chespin as Robin, we have Fletchinder as Red Robin, we have Riolu as Nightwing. I don't think we have... Oh no, Ghastly is Batgirl. We have Lopunny, the shiny Lopunny as Wonder Woman. That's already 7, and we're not even halfway in the fucking Justice League. That's way too many. Holy fuck. We got Ponyta for representing Mother's Day for Flash as the daughter. And it's okay whether it's male or female, it doesn't matter. Flash could be neutral. 1864. We have Shaman for Green Lantern. That's 8. Dedenne as Shazam, that's 9. Kalucha as Green Arrow, that's 10. Dude, that'd be so perfect if it was the Decidueye. I'm not gonna lie. That'd be so perfect. I think I said 10, I already forgot. Shit. Aquaman as potentially either Blastoise or Empoleon. Shit. I just want to stick with Blastoise. I know Empoleon fits more in the Aquaman role, but I can see Blastoise as a father figure in this role. 1865. So I'll say that. And then we said Shiny Chrome Gunk as Martian Manhunter. And then there's the Avengers side with Froakie as Spider-Man. There's Rufflet as Captain America, Patrat as Iron Man. And there's Wolverine for Shiny Sandslash. There's Shiny Tangrowth for Hulk, even though he's like a lighter shade of green. There's Bumblebee as Thor. That would be funny because he'll just slap on a blonde wig with some other things. Shit. Finnegan's Scarlet Witch. I completely lost count, by the way. Who else did I say? Shit. There's no way that's it, or is it? 1867. Unless it is. That's about like 16 Pokemon or some shit like that, I imagine. Let me... Fuck, I don't even know. I need to write this shit down, because I'm not gonna remember. I don't think I'm gonna remember even writing it down, because I'm just putting letters. Superman, Batman, Robin, Batgirl, Nightwing, Wonder Woman, Green Lantern, Flash, Martian Manhunter, Hawkgirl. I don't know if I said that. That's another one. Shit, I don't know. 1868. So I think that's basically all of them, unless I'm missing one. Because Hawkgirl represents Thanksgiving. We'll think it over more, I don't know. Anyway, Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay has to be the trio. But what is the most effective villains here? What could Meowth be? What could Wobbuffet be? And what could Inkay be? They have to be the most 3 prominent villains for Marvel and DC. And maybe a combination of the two, I don't know. Because Meowth I could kind of see as a Joker, or a Doctor Doom. But Wobbuffet also could pull off a Joker look, I think.
So maybe Meowth as Dr. Doom and Wobbuffet as Joker. And then for Inkay, I really have no idea. He could be like Ultron or some shit. Or Thanos. I don't know. But, you know, like I said, it could be a Rugrats imagination thing. You know, they could be playing with each other. Meowth would just show up out of nowhere, and then they start playing to try to take over the world or whatever. 1869. Because if we could just stick to 8 from the get-go, like Pikachu, the starters, the Dene, Hawlucha, Fletchinder, and Bunnelby. We could just do that and just have like their own team if it seems like it's too much, because it is just the 3 villains versus the whole lot of them. That's like 6 times more than just the 3. Well, you know, a little bit over 6 times, but you know what I mean. Maybe even 7 times over. Pretty close. Pikachu Superman, Froakie Spider-Man. Like if we were just we'll have the 2 options and then we'll just see which one's better. Because I still would like to put another Pokemon as a superhero. Unless it's just like their own superheroes and that's it, and then no more further than that. I'm not sure. 1871. Because Fletchinder could just be his own hero, to be honest. Or he could represent Flash as well. Who knows? If you want to see him that way. Because there's always has to be some type of speedster for almost every group. It feels kind of weird with that. He could be a Red Rush representative for the Invincible universe. Chespin maybe could be a Green Arrow. Hawlucha could be a Hulk. Bunnelby could be Batman. The Dene maybe could be... Shit, I don't even know anymore. The Dene could be Thor instead, you know? Maybe Fennekin could be the Iron Man or the Iron Woman, I suppose. 1873. Yeah, Hawlucha could be Hulk. What did I say Chessman could be? Fuck, I already forgot. Pikachu Superman, Froakie Spider-Man. I think they're just gonna make Chessman Wolverine again. So I might have to throw in one more character, I'm not sure. I don't think I threw in an extra character in the Pirates one though. Superman, Spider-Man, Iron Man. There's no Captain America. Unless we make Chespin Green Lantern. I don't know. 1874. Or we make Froakie Captain America, because Spider-Man didn't join until way later. So like Froakie and Fennekin could have like their little, you know, Captain America Iron Man moment, or Iron Woman. Something like that. Chespin being Green Lantern, Fletchinder Flash, perhaps, 1875. Hawlucha could be Hulk. The Dene as Thor. So like, you know, we keep the main core of it. We don't have a Wonder Woman though. Bunnelby could be Batman. That's the only thing missing, I think, in my opinion. Is it's a Wonder Woman. Because we could have Fennekin as Wonder Woman as well. I don't know. So it's either that, we either get the holy shit Infinity War team that's like 16 plus members, or we just have the 8. It's, you know, you just pick your poison, I guess. And maybe we throw in an extra character. Eventually, when I look at all these streams over again for any good moments or anything like that, I'm gonna be hearing these stories, and I don't know, I'll try my best to write it down just to remember them, I suppose. 1877.
That'd be kind of neat. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I feel like I keep miscounting somewhere. 1878. I guess we may not need a Wonder Woman, but I'm just saying, because there's if we're combining DC and Marvel, and it's kind of not really equal either way, because like the first team has more DC characters because there's the whole fucking Bat family and more Justice League members than Marvel. But yeah, because we got. Well, I guess actually it is even out, isn't it? Because on one side it's 4 on 4, so it's like Superman, we got Batman, Green Lantern, and Flash, right? And then the other half has Captain America, Iron Man, or Iron Woman, if you want to say that, Hulk, and... Fuck, what was Jasmine again? No, he was Green Lantern. Yeah. And Thor, yeah, the Denny's Thor. Yeah, that works. Okay, well, I'll do that then. I kind of like that idea. But the other one, if you want the holy shit mega pack, you know, just get the 16 other mons in Infinity War. If we ever decide... What am I doing? Why am I attacking Phantom? This always happens, dude. Sorry for that. I was so distracted in my mind. But yeah, the holy shit package is basically that though. It's just like considering all the holiday Pokemon and stuff. But yeah, we'll stick with 8. That makes more sense. And then Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay could be that. We could throw in another Pokemon. I think. Hold on, let me check to see if Team Rocket has another Pokemon available in the movie. Because so far it's just Inkay. Our pack is ready, by the way. Shit. Wait. Go back. No. It went completely back. Okay, well, I guess that page is just gonna go away. Let's go to... Back to the Genesect movie. Click ahead. Into the Diancie and the Cocoon of Destruction. Let's go to the Pokemon section again. So, Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay. Yeah, that's it. Alright, well, I guess... Alright, well, unless we create a character, because I mean, Ultron does make himself into something else, you know, 1881. It's just the problem is Inkay is kind of small, so it's not like, even if we combine him, he'll, you know, because that's my first thought that crossed my mind. It's like, if he's Thanos or even Ultron, you're gonna barely tell because of how small he is. Like, is he just gonna be extra purple with a little bit of gold? Like, people won't figure out that that's Thanos, you know? But yeah, I mean, Meowth could work either Dr. Doom or Joker, to be honest with you. I don't think Wobbuffet could pull off Dr. Doom, so I don't know. Damn it, I did it again, my bad. I just realized I was a Phantom. Let's see here. Let's see, 1882. It'd be funny if Inkay was Galactus. I see other characters more beyond than Ultron, though, is the problem. Because we could have a combination of something. Because Ultron, even in like Marvel vs. Capcom, like Ultron combined with Sigma and everything.
So like you could consider that as well. 1883. So like if who would Ultron combine with? I'm pretty sure he would combine with that one dude, that Superman's villain that's a robot. That the name is escaping me for some reason. Brainiac? Yeah, Ultron and Brainiac. I forgot what their combined names are. There's Infinity Ultron for that, and then Sigma Ultron? I don't know if that's the name or not. So Brainiac, Ultra Brainiac or some shit like that. So we could do something like that. So it's a combination of Marvel and DC. And maybe whatever you prefer, whether Boba is Joker and then Meowth is Doctor Doom, you know. Because Doctor Doom, to me, he's one of the ultimate Marvel villains for sure. Like, I know there's other ones, like Galactus is a pretty high contender for Avengers and stuff like that. And some other people would say Thanos, you know, and I can't agree with that. You know, and there's some other ones too, like maybe Kang the Conqueror as well as a potential another candidate. But I always thought Doctor Doom like was everybody's superhero's problem. For DC is a different story. I don't like Lex Luthor personally. I never really did. I think he's boring as fuck. Because he's just a bald dude with no powers, and then like eventually he gets himself some metal suit, but he's not known to fight in his metal suit in a lot of the majority of his storylines. So I don't know, and I know that like Iron Man is just a dude in a suit too, but at least Iron Man's known to be fighting in his suit like the majority of the time as opposed to Lex Luthor. So I don't like Lex Luthor as a character. I think he's boring. And, you know, when I want people to fight Superman, I want him to have powers similar like him, like super strong naturally. Or like, you know, from their powers or whatnot. I always saw Superman's archenemy as like Darkseid or Brainiac or, you know, shit like that, you know. So yeah, I kind of more so see for the DC universe, like the bigger villains are like Darkseid and Joker and characters along those lines. Not really so much the other way around. So I'll put Joker because it's a pretty good villain nonetheless. Boba Fett could be Joker, and then those would be the three villains. They'll represent the ultimate villains on there. They'll be kind of dressed differently, so it's not like copyrighted. So like Super Pikachu would just have a P on top of it, all stylized. Bumblebee Batman would just have like a black hoodie instead of pointy ears. Well, I mean, it would be his ears, his regular ears, and it'd be a cape, and then it'll just be Bumblebee, I suppose. There's no Wonder Woman, but that's fine. The Flash, it'll be like a little bit of a onesie, but except his wings are exposed. Like, I don't know. For Green Lantern, a little green mask, maybe like a black and green suit or something. But like instead of a green ring, it'd be like that ring, but like in the shape of a Q. Well, kind of. I don't know. Never mind. I forgot his chest pin and not quill it in. So maybe it'll be half a ring or some shit. For chest pin. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do about Halucha though. They could just paint him green. I don't know. Or make him just some shit like that. He'll have to put on spray paint every time or some shit. But Froakie as Captain America, that's easy. Just give him a red, white, and blue suit, 1886, with a shield of some kind. The Dene that has the one with the blonde wig. I still like I'm so sorry, I didn't return Eevee at all. I completely forgot. Oh my god, alright. Damn, this forfeit's gonna be a pain in the ass to hatch then. Oh, I could've did this the whole time. Alright,
completely forgot that I was doing this. I was in the middle of thought and everything. Defense down, special attacks up, adaptability, ability, helping hand, I don't know why I'm reading that. Mild nature, good perseverance. Alright, and then next would be 172. Let's go get your egg right quick. And let's go fly back. So it could be a typical superhero story. It just depends what we do with this. It's either we're just gonna go with like the bomb approach, except I don't know if Pokemon would ever want to do that. But you know, have explosives. Oh, you better go get them in the city or whatever. Or we could do the Infinity Stone storyline, collect the 5 stones, but then that'd be basically the keychain and the Melody Berry storyline, basically. And I don't know if I want to do that. I would like to do Infinity Stone, but I don't know. Or it could be a combination of the two, or something like that. Have a gauntlet involved. Except make those stories better. I mean, like I said in the past with the Pikachu shorts, they always kind of has something that has something from something else, I guess, from other Pikachu shorts. I know I poorly said it, but you know what I mean. Like, again, the Melody Berries and the Keychain one, that's Pikachu shorts that they already made. That's basically a fetch quest. So I don't have a problem doing it again, because I would like to do the Infinity Stones thing. So maybe maybe in this case it'd be like, as we go 1887, that, you know, I kind of want to say in the sandbox just to kind of hit home that it's, or no, wait, actually we could do this in a building with superheroes on the walls and kind of on the floor, like it's a good painted building that's kind of like a playpen almost, that, like, you know, the paint on the floor kind of goes up and continues on the walls, and that has superheroes and stuff, and maybe some Pokemon are all gleamy-eyed, like Tedenia has a close-up shot and it's like gleaming in its eyes. He's like, oh my god, the superheroes, I want to be a superhero or something like that. So all the Pokemon starts playing and stuff, and then they kind of, you know, it kind of skips to them pretending to be superheroes. Pikachu's Super Pika, da-da-da-da, and stuff like that. Bumblebee being Bunman, or Super, I don't know what, or Bun Boy, I guess, Bumblebee Boy, and then it would be clearly representative for Batman. So he'll try to look for the searchlight, and he's like, oh, I've been summoned, I guess. So Bumblebee would rush out. I don't know about his Batmobile, I guess he could have one if he wants. They'll all have like their superhero entrances. The Green Lantern, you know, Chespin gets his ring, he transforms into the Green Pen. That sounds like Kingpin. I don't know if I like that name. Chess Green. I don't fucking know. It wouldn't make sense to call him green and mean. The green light. Something like that. I don't fucking know. That's gonna be harder to defend. Fletchinder, all quick, just going past, quick as a flash. It goes into a suit, and the name is Swift, I guess. I don't fucking know. Red Rift, I guess, instead of Red Rush. The Red Blur, maybe, as a Sonic the Hedgehog reference. Except, why would they do that? But, you know, we'll think of names in the future. Whatever they think of. They could just keep calling them, oh, this is Super Chessman, Super Fletchinder. But that'd be kind of garbage, but you know what I mean. 1889. I'll just say the Swift, just to make it easier. And then the other one is the Green Light. Like, there'll be very obvious tributes to them. The Dene is gonna be hard, because you can't just call the motherfucker Thor. That'd be kind of weird. We could just call him the Thunder Hammer, except it could be the Tunda Hammer. And then it'll be like as small as the Dene holding a big ass hammer. It'd be like Tinky Ton, basically. Wearing a suit and a gigantic blonde wig. Maybe not that big, but like, you know, it's a lot bigger than his head. Halucha could be the Incredible I don't know. The Haw. Yeah, these names aren't the best, I'll admit. It's not good. Captain Froakie. That's as good as it's gonna get. And then the Iron Fennekin. Yeah, that's all I could do about that. And they're all like trying to save the day, you know, maybe they're doing like the little jobs in their imaginations. Maybe Superman stops Super Pika stops a train or some shit. Or like catches a car with his bare hands. Something along those lines, you know, maybe Bumblebee Boy would swing by and hit burglars in an alleyway and then like stop somebody from stealing something, like pickpocketing or some shit like that. Maybe Green Light comes in and stops a stolen car from being taken and, you know, shooting a green light, and it's going over the car and stopping it. You know, everybody's just doing two things at once and such. Somebody, fuck, I think it'd be too dark if you see somebody jumping off a building. Maybe they fell off a building and he gets caught by the green light. Something like that. Let's see. Fletchinder, maybe saving somebody from getting hit by a car. Maybe Fletchinder also goes over and sees someone stealing a bike. I don't know, there's gonna be a lot of this, like someone stealing or about to get hit, or about to, I don't know. Well, we could just do all one missions actually, I don't know. Super Pika could stop a train. Bumblebee stops somebody taking a bike. Green Light stops somebody from falling off. Swift goes over to stop somebody from getting hit by a car quick enough. And then we goes over to the Marvel side. Captain Froakie like defense from somebody from getting jumped or some shit like that and getting chased down or cornered or whatever. Iron Fennekin could stop like a bridge from breaking. Maybe the Incredible Haw could be like stopping a building from toppling over or some shit like that, because he's super strong. And then the Tunda Hammer, maybe perhaps like, I was gonna say prevent a fire, but I don't know how he would do that. So maybe, shit, I don't know. Maybe turn on a factory or some shit because it turned off, or it went out of control or some shit like that. Like it overcharged and he needs to break it with thunder. Something along those lines. 1895. I think I do need some Pokemon to help out with the fire. I just don't know who. So I guess it could be Captain Froakie if we wanted to. But yeah, basically there'll be this montage of all these Pokemon saving other Pokemon at the same time. It'll be something along those lines. I think I need to put in more real thought into it, clearly. But yeah, 1896. It'd be pretty neat. I mean, shit. Yeah, like, so there's the train with Super Pika. Bumblebee Boy will stop somebody from taking a bike. Something winnable. 1997. I don't know what Pokemon would be representatives. Like, who was B on this train? Like Baneri or some shit as a reference. This is where we could put the references at. It could be like the shiny Baneri for no reason, just being in the seat or something like that. Being the conductor for some random reason. The Pokemon taking the bike could be like a Scrafty, 1898. The Pokemon about to get hit by a car could be like I was gonna say Rufflet, but that wouldn't make sense because birds usually could leave on time. I almost just counted the thing for no reason. Shit. What's another Pokemon? Maybe the shiny Patrat. Because he's looking the wrong way. He's about to get hit by a car. The Fletchinder would help him out. Then for the chestpin, someone's falling off by accident. Maybe it's Riolu from the New Year's thing getting caught. And then for the fire, maybe Captain Froakie is saving Shiny Lopunny, I guess? Could be like a damsel of distress situation. Iron Fennekin. But I feel like Hawlucha should be the one trying to make sure that the bridge doesn't break, so he's carrying stuff. But then the building toppling over is not that bad either. So maybe the bridge would be with Iron Fennekin, but then like one Pokemon's nearby, 1889. And I'm trying to think of who. Maybe this is where the Rufflet comes in. Yeah, because he's flapping and cheering and stuff like that. But it wouldn't make sense that he's there though. 1900 though, unless I hella miscounted, which I probably did. Again, apologies that when I started the stream late. I think I took like about 30 minutes to get ready because I was trying to eat and promote at the same time, and it took a while. But we got like less than 40 minutes, I would say. I still feel like I should go all the way through. We'll see. Let's put another Pokemon that makes sense. 1901. But I mean, Rufflet could still cheer either way. Like all the cars are like trying to go, and then Rufflet would fly down cheering. Because it wouldn't make sense of other Pokemon driving the car. Despite me saying that, I know that I said Baneri is like driving a fucking train and shit, but yeah. It'd be kind of silly if Lucario's driving. I almost wanted to say Shiny Croagunk, but like it's kind of out of the way, and then I thought about Shiny Sandslash. There's no real place for Ghastly and Duskull, though. It's the weird part. Damn, I don't know. It's really hard to think about this stuff. I feel like I took more than an hour already considering all options. 1902. So for the giant building falling, we could have Lucario there, be thankful. But I feel like Lucario would help out if he saw something like that. So I don't know if that works. You see the problem? Okay, so maybe Shiny Croagunk will be there when Halucha's picking it up or whatever. That you know, would see Halucha put back the building and stuff. As for the factory, when it's overcharged and little Dedenne Tunda Hama is doing something about it, that could be... Maybe that's Lucario, because he can't do anything about that. We could have it as the yellow Lucario, the shiny one. Okay, but yeah, at the beginning they do their little montage thing, and for the most part, Meowth, Wobbuffet, and Inkay are in their little Tower of Doom thing. That it could be Dr. Meowth, Wobbuffet, the Jester, I don't know what to call him, and the Joking Wobbuffet, or Wobbuffet the Joker, I'm not sure. And then Infinity Inkay, we could call it something like that. I just don't know, Infinity Brainiac Inkay, some shit like that, I don't know, Ultron Infinity Brainiac Inkay, whatever works on that case. They try to come up with the plan, and then they have to spread bombs apart. While they're doing this, they're trying to distract to find the all the jewels that needs to be within the gauntlet, the stones, because they're targeting the museums. But they want the superheroes to be separated enough for their focus on the bombs and not them stealing the stones and such. So they have about 8 bombs separated, so they get all the team members separated with like other characters to, you know, try to do something about it, I guess you could say, like other minions and stuff like that. And the 3 would be the ones stealing the stones, or maybe 5 of them, I don't know. Because I'm trying to think that Ghastly and like Shiny Ghastly and Shiny Duskull from Halloween could do something about that. That they would be the ones also helping out, trying to steal the 5 stones. Because we could just stick to 5 or whatever. So when there was a giant announcement on TV, it's like, ha, we have to find, you have to find, hey, how's it going? How's it going, Ginger the Scream Queen? How are you? But I imagine like there'll be bombs that they have to disarm. He's like, oh, you have to go disarm our bombs before it explodes the whole town or whatever. And that's what the superheroes have to deal with and stuff. How's your day, Ginger the Scream Queen? I don't know if I counted this. 1906. In case I didn't. Are you still here? Let's go Party Slam. 1907. Oh, well, they left. Alright, well, anyway, so yeah, he's like, you better get the bombs before I blow up this whole town or whatever the fuck. And yeah, so that they have that out in store. They're like, we separated the 8 bombs and all of the timers will go out at the same time or whatever. So, you know, they're forcing them to come to the conclusion. It's like, oh shit, we have to go separate them. It's stupid Meowth didn't realize that there's 8 of us to take care of 8 bombs. But, you know, it's obvious that they wanted them to be separated and stuff and away from all these museums that they just have to like steal the jewels from and such. 1908. And yeah, that's for the most part. So Super Pika goes to the farthest side because, you know, he could fly pretty fast. I think it should be a way where it's like, you know, the far corners and then like some of the bombs are a little bit closer to the other ones, so they can make the plan that like the fastest characters will go on the farther corners one. So Super Pika would go on one far corner, and then like the Super Fletchender goes to the other far corner because it moves pretty fast. 1909. I'm not sure what's other considered fast characters. Like I think Thor's considered fast, right? I mean, Thor could teleport, kind of. Not really, but I imagine he could go fast. Hulk could kind of go fast. He just jumps there. So I guess that works. I don't know if Green Lantern could go fast. I mean, he could imagine a jet and then just use that, I guess. So I guess, yeah, Chespin and Thor would go on their way, and then the Haw would go on one other way. Like, but yeah, basically, yeah, the farther corners, I can't speak. Oh my god, I was stuttering so badly there. The farther corner ones, Super Pika, Super Fletchender, and the Green Light and Thunderhammer would go to the far corners, and the other ones would take care of the closer ones, and then they'll go from there. 1910. So as they're trying to disarm the bombs or whatever, it almost seems like it's almost catered to. I'm trying to think if it should be specific to them. I don't know how they would know that, or whatever. 1911. Yeah, I really don't know how they would know that, but they're disarming the bombs. You know, it cuts away, and then like, you know, in one scene that they see that maybe it starts with like Meowth, I guess, just to establish them stealing it from the museum and stuff. Maybe they're doing the typical cat burglar thing where, you know, he's acting like an extra spy, slowly going down in a wire, you know, maybe using his nails to like circle around the glass and then take one of the jewels or whatever. This is the Doctor Doom Meowth and stuff, so we could have him maybe steal the green stone or some shit just to represent the green of Meowth or whatever. We'll kind of have him color representative, but not really. 1913, I hope. Oh god, I just realized I counted. I don't know if I did or not. Okay, well I might have double counted. Fuck. 1914 though. I'll fix it when I can. Yeah, he's successful in stealing the jewel. He bypasses the lasers and all that stuff. He does his typical Meowth cat burglar stick, I suppose. And then in comes that, like, surprise, surprise, Super Pika's the first one to make it to his bomb. Easily disarms it. He flies back and tries to help out if he can to the other ones, but he's trying to figure out what to do. But Pikachu notices that Pidgey's cheering. He's like, oh my god, Pidgey's saying thank you, oh my god. And yeah, so there's that going on. So on the second bit, on one of the other museums, maybe it's Shiny Ghastly trying to go through the museums, except it's like a different type of thing where there's vaults all over the place, so he has to go through the vaults that's in like a little cupboard that has the jewel in it, or you know, he just has to go bypass vaults or whatever. Did I just counted it or something? I just caught myself clicking away. Bro, I'm like zoning out. I'm like doing my own thing while I'm talking. What the fuck? Okay, well we got 2 more left. I know I'm miscounting all over the fucking place. Jesus. So yeah, Ghastly easily gets, you know, her jewel and everything. I'm trying to come up with the color of what Ghastly would get. We'll say that Ghastly will get the yellow stone. Why not? I don't see why not. I said I was gonna color coordinate it, but like, you know, there is another blue and purple Pokemon and stuff. So Ghastly's successful in taking her jewel. And the other one, it's Fletchinder disarming a bomb. Fletchinder does it super fast and then leaves, as one of the Pokemon is thankful or clueless or something. Maybe it's Lucario, the blue one, kind of wondering what the fuck's going on. He didn't even realize there was a bomb there to begin with. You know, maybe he's looking left and right. It's like, oh shoot, and then he kind of breathes. It's like, thanks for the bomb or whatever. And then it cuts to the third one. Maybe this one's Duskull, being the red one. He tries to take the red jewel, because like I said, I try to color coordinate it or whatever. For these, he probably has to break in a mansion or something like that, where he keeps it in its own display case, but like there's security guards or some shit like that. In a silhouette, maybe, I don't know, or maybe guard Pokemon like Houndooms or some shit like that. Duskull bypasses that. He's successful in stealing the redstone, then he leaves. Then goes to the third Pokemon, and I haven't really thought what happens after the 5 stones, but I'll get to that. As we use our last Body Slam already, I don't know what the fuck happened to them, but yeah, 1918. Okay, let's go to the Pokemon Center. The third character, I would say, is probably Chespin, Greenlight. He's successful in pretty much disarming the bomb, even though he kind of like struggled a little bit and he kind of fell over, but he managed to disarm the bomb. The next Pokemon to be thankful for him, I'm gonna just say like Shaman is thankful, and he thanks him because he's the Grace Pokemon and he should thank him, and it'd be weird if he didn't. So that would be my Pokemon that'll be thankful. Alright, so the fourth one, Inkay, is trying to get the blue stone. Inkay sees, I'm trying to think, I think like a different dog Pokemon right in front of it or some shit. Maybe the rich person thinks it's just a dog toy and he's so rich he doesn't care that he uses it or some shit like that. That the stone is in its mouth or something. Maybe it's like a Stoutland or some shit. Or let's say Grand Bull. I try to picture an actual bulldog, and I might as well use a bulldog Pokemon. So yeah, like a Grand Bull or something like that. It would be implied, something like that, that they kind of saw it as a toy, not more so anything else. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. 1920. So it's easy for Inkay because he could just use Hypnosis, take the stone out of Granbull's mouth, and then he gets the blue stone and is successful with it. Now the fourth one, like I said on the farther ones, because they're a lot faster, the Thunder Hammer, the Tunda Hammer, ends up like disarming the bomb, but he ends up just breaking it, and he got lucky that he didn't explode it. Maybe it freaks out some Pokemon or something like that, like Shiny Tangrowth or something, because he didn't know what to do. But he gets relieved, and then he thanks Tunda Hammer for saving his life, I guess. So the fifth one, Wobbuffet, is trying to get his last stone, 1922. maybe it's in a pawn shop or something like that, and they don't realize the worth of the jewel or something. Wobbuffet is like trying to just go over a simple counter, and he can't even get over it properly, and he falls over, and he tries to avoid security cameras, and he like kind of pushes it with his hand on one side so he doesn't be seen. And you know, we'll have Wobbuffet be super clumsy and like fall everywhere, and gets lucky enough to not really be seen in the camera. I mean, it'd be funny to see that the camera still sees him, and like it almost didn't register him, so he got lucky that it just didn't work or something. Or either that, or I don't know, maybe the alarm does go off and Wobbuffet runs off. Maybe Wobbuffet's the reason why the whole Avengers League like, you know, picks up that they're being lured away from each other. It could be something like that. So the 5th Pokemon to disarm the bomb, we'll give it to the Haw, the hulking Halucha, who just breaks the thing, and then he jumps out, and maybe one of the Pokemon gets concerned because, you know, you break that shit or whatever. Who could it be? Let's see, we can make that Pokemon. We can't say Patrat because we already used that. I'm trying to think of what other Pokemon. We'll just say like Cubone. Well, maybe not Cubone. Shit. I don't know who actually. Shit. Uh, 1924. I guess that could be Sandslash. Yeah, we could put shiny Sandslash here. She'd be like shaking her head, oh no, don't break it. And it, like, you know, the Hall breaks it anyway because he's a tough guy that doesn't give a fuck. And then it cuts back to the Meowth gang that brings it all together. He's like, finally, we got all 5 jewels. Let's put it together, guys. And then, like, assembles the gauntlet and everything. Put 1 stone at a time. Then it cuts back to the 6 Pokemon. Which, in this rate, I don't even know who would be that. I guess we could just say Bunnelby Boy, because he's like on a jet, like a Batmobile, so it kind of drives somewhat fast. 1925. So we can make that work. I forget who else is even missing. I think it's like Iron Fennekin, Captain Froakie. Who else? Or is that it? Yeah, that is it. Okay. I was thinking there's like one more. 1926. But yeah, we'll have Bunnelby Boy. He disarms it no problem. And the Pokemon that he gets thanked upon, maybe it's Shinx. Maybe Shinx is the one thanking him because he's from the New Year's one. Something like that. 1927. That felt way too fast. I'm trying to think. Shit. So that was the 6th one. Then it cuts over to when Meowth is trying to put his hand in the gauntlet, and he's having a hard time putting it in, like all the other Pokemon. That's why it's taking so long, or whatever. That they're trying to shove this gauntlet in there. He's like, we didn't make it in the correct size. They finally squeezed it in. Meowth was like, I finally got the gauntlet, or whatever. Meanwhile, on the 7th one, let's say that Iron Fennekin got there next, disables it, no problem, and Luxio thanks Fennekin just to make my life easier and not think of extra other Pokemon and such. Let's see here. 1930. I don't know why I counted it before even killing it. Okay, I'm so distracted. Jesus. But yeah, that's kind of the result of that. That's kind of what I want to lean with all this. 1931. Oops, I clicked on the wrong thing. There we go. So yeah, it goes, cuts back, and then Meowth, because he started yelling out loud that he has the gauntlet or whatever, maybe the news kind of like the helicopters and all that stuff kind of appears, and they caught on the news, or shit, I don't know. Maybe Meowth gets back on the air. He's like, "You stupid Pikachu," or whatever. Well, I don't know. I don't want the superheroes to come back before they even finish their bombs. So maybe they have to pace it a bit better. So it'd be 1, 2, 5. Shit, I don't know. Maybe the whole time that maybe Super Pika, instead of going back to the cave like some other superheroes or something on their Super League base, he pretty much was like, "Oh, I need to find that area or whatever," so he tries to go out every hideout and he can't find some. It's like, "Oh shoot," and maybe he flies over and he realizes that cops are going towards one of the pawn shops, I guess. So that's how Pikachu gets to the clues from there. And Pikachu kind of like calls over. It's like, "Oh, there's been some incident in the pawn shop," and then maybe that's when one of the security cameras clues in or something like that, that it's Wobbuffet that took it or whatever. You know, something like that. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure with that. Maybe Meowth tries to snap and it doesn't work in one of the scenes. We have to make sense of the pacing of how to do it. But anyway, the 8th one and the last one, of course, Captain Froakie disarms the bomb. It took him a while to do, but then Luxray thanks him. He's like, "Alright, thank you very much." Maybe he doesn't notice that the bomb was there, because I feel like Luxray could have easily disabled it, but who knows. But yeah, maybe the pawn shop owner slack off or some shit like that. He's like, "Yeah, man, he stole my stone. It says it has magical properties." And maybe because Wobbuffet fell over a lot of the time, he has something that makes it easy for them to follow Wobbuffet. Maybe he leaves a trail behind. Maybe he like stepped on some toilet paper that leaves stains behind or some shit like that. I don't know. Something like that that leads them to them. So eventually the Pikachu gang could go over to where they're hiding, and Meowth finally gets the snapping thing to work. So he has it, and now his powers are active. That now he has kind of basically the equivalent to Arceus powers, except not that extreme, I would say. So yeah, maybe not to that extent, but it'd be interesting nonetheless, I would say. That maybe it could be like a metronome of powers, but he doesn't know how to control it. So he's fighting all the Pokemon. They're trying to figure out how to avoid it. You know, he's using like a flamethrower out of the fire type and shit like that. Because it could be one of those, I mean, it's 5 stones, so maybe it could just be most of the elements. Maybe also a reference to the Arceus movie, because it's like fire, water, grass, ground, and dragon or some shit like that. So yeah, flamethrowers get shot out, that they're like, "What the fuck?" So they dodge out the way, and they kind of wonder about that. I really hope I counted, because I did click off, and I don't know. Maybe for the water energy it's a hydro pump, maybe for the grass energy it's a solar beam, maybe for the ground energy is fucking earth power. I don't really know what that one would be. And then, I mean, honestly, it would make more sense to what? Hold on, I said red, yellow, green, blue, and purple, right? So, yeah, we'll put yellow power for Thunderbolt, or like a Zap Cannon or some shit.
And then for the purple energy, just psychic. So, you know, it'll be just kind of like that, except like, you know, there's limitations to this. He's basically the Mandarin, but also Thanos in a way. Trying to take him down and everything. They do their best. Eventually, they go like, oh, we got to remove the gauntlet from his hand. So they're trying to stop all the other Pokemon. Ghastly and Haunter kind of gets out the way. They get them out. Then they proceed to like go attack Inkay, Wobbuffet, and Meowth. Wobbuffet does his best to use counter. Inkay does his best to use like hypnosis or whatever he does. 1938. And you know, they proceed to do their best to stop them as much as possible. And yeah, that's for the most part. Eventually they take Inkay and Wobbuffet out, so it's just Meowth. Eventually they do proceed to take the gauntlet out, and then they pretty much defeat Meowth, and then like the imagination gets skipped back. I just did it again and just pressed it before even killing the Oddish. Fuck. I'm so damn distracted, it's insane. Alright, well I already counted that, so unless I was doing that in between the other one or whatever. Yeah, so I kind of pictured it like the moment they remove the gauntlet is like the moment it cuts back to the playroom. That's what I meant to say, but I fucking started stuttering again. And it'd be funny if like, you know, it would almost be like if you just turn on the light and then you just see clearly their visuals that like Meowth is like has Pikachu's hand on his face and they're stretching it, and like it could either be a sock that he's taken off of his hand or maybe like a little Hulk glove, little you know, one of those punchy things. That'd be kind of funny. Either that or a sock, whatever will make it more funnier. And then the Pokemon are like playing around still, and Wobbuffet's on the ground, and I don't know, maybe even in the fetal position, who knows. Ghastly and Duskull and Inkay's pretending to be dead. Shit like that. I think that would be pretty funny. Because it's supposed to be a combination of like the typical superhero story, a combination of Infinity War, and a combination of like Joker's, you know, humanity test, whatever you would like to call that. I think that would be a pretty neat idea. I know we could do more clearly with the story here, but yeah, it's supposed to be like superhero imagination, Rugrats style. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's not bad. I don't know. It makes more fucking sense than fucking, oh, Pocket Dimensions that has access to legendary Pokemon. Okay. But we got another Eevee. Is this 172? I think. Alright, let's go over to return the egg. No promises on tomorrow if I'm gonna wake up early or not. I'm still trying my best to do it, but like I said, there's a good chance that today it's gonna be yeah, it's gonna be pretty rough. Oh, okay, cool. I thought I miscounted. 172. As we got defense down, speed is up, runaway ability. Hasty nature, good perseverance. Okay. Sounds about right. Okay, let's get this egg. Alright, let's go over here. Sorry, I was just drinking something. We could go for... Oh my god, I went to the house. I literally stopped before I went in there. We could stop around 5:35 or... I don't know, I haven't really truly decided yet.
But yeah, no promises tomorrow if I'm waking up. I'm still trying to fix my sleep schedule. I think next week will be probably a better week for me to wake up a little bit early-ish. At least I streamed today. I almost was tempted not to stream till I wake up, and I don't know what time that would have been, because I really wanted to sleep more. That's how tired I was. I'm not much of a person that wakes up in the mornings anyways, but this kind of keeps me going, you know, to keep a schedule so I have something to do. 1942. But yeah, you know, all the shorts that I have, of course there's gotta be some stuff I need to polish here and there, because there's some stuff that I definitely didn't specify. Damn it, I did it again. Fucking, I just realized it was Phantom too. The moment I pressed it. Okay, okay. So you know what would suck though? If there was a chance that like all this shit is radar, that'd suck balls. There used to be like a chain of all this shit I have to do. That'd be so terrible. That'd be so terrible. Okay. Alright, let me take the time to reply, because I didn't get a chance to reply. When am I? 1944. One of my things got a like from somebody. Hold on, let me take the time to reply to this message. Oh, also I didn't even open my pack. Fuck. Okay, let's go. Open the pack. I think Max is Charizard, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go ahead and do it. I almost completely forgot that I had to open these packs. Yes, we got 1945. Alright, so let's open Charizard. Okay, here we go. I didn't notice any packs turned around, and I don't feel like doing that. So the next, I don't feel like searching through all of them, I should say. So I'm gonna keep on spinning up until I get my next encounter, and then I'll stop. I kind of slowed down towards the end. Let's do. Fuck it, I'll just open this one. Nothing! Yay! It's Erica, Machop, Wooloo, Spearow, and Bruxish. Okay, whatever. Must be nice. 1946. I'm still debating whether I should stop at 5:30 or 5:35 or 5:45. I don't know. The next time I could do Pokemon 18, the movie, which is Hoopa and the Clash of Ages, which should be a very good movie to cover. It's pretty incredible of a movie, I would say. Because like so many legendaries are at stake. Oh, I just realized. Fuck, I could have put 100% Zygarde in the short. Okay, yeah, we could put him in there somewhere. Maybe in like, you know, after I did like the 5 stones and then collecting it or some shit. Like Zygarde 100% form kind of stalled him out and like used up most of its power or some shit like that. Either that or Zygarde 100% form saves the day. Enough to distract Meowth so that Pikachu could lunge over to, like, tries to take off the gauntlet.
I think I like that idea better, because it'd be kind of stupid if you use all his power and then for some reason it defeats this imaginary 100% Zygarde and it doesn't make any sense. And then that uses his power and then Meowth gets tired. That shit don't make sense. So yeah, I like that the idea of like 100% Zygarde was the distraction that Pikachu needed to have an opening to then do it. Because even if Pikachu doesn't get the gauntlet off, it would have been implied that 100% Zygarde would have took care of it. So it could be like a surprise visit that like Meowth was, after Wobbuffet and Inkay gets taken out, Meowth then hits all the other Pokemon one at a time with, you know, one of the typings and stuff, because maybe it's super effective against the other Pokemon, you know, just like Fennekin gets hit by a Hydro Pump or something, Froakie gets hit by a Zap Cannon, Chespin gets hit by a Flamethrower, you know, shit like that. Fletchinder gets hit by his Zap Cannon, because it's like normal flying type. I don't think it's fire flying type, I think. Bumblebee, is it ground normal or is it just normal? Well, I'll hit it with the Hydro Pump anyway. That should be enough to take it out. And then Hawlucha is also Zap Cannon, you know, shit like that. And then Pikachu, who could resist most of these moves, like had he had the Earth Power thing, then it would have been a different story. But for some reason it hits it because he has Claw Armor. Unless, you know what? Well, okay, no, I'll stick with Pikachu. I almost said like just have Fletchinder take the spotlight and take the gauntlet, but we'll have Pikachu on there because of course not, or like why not? I should say. But yeah, hopefully you guys like the little shorts that I be making. I'm gonna forget like half of them, I imagine. And we could also make alternative shorts too for like the ones that I do like, but like make another one just because, you know, I don't mind doing research on like other holidays that I'm not aware of. Like I said, I need to research like Hanukkah and Kwanzaa and shit like that, Chinese New Year's. Potential other holidays. There's a Boxing Day, I just don't know what that is. I don't know if it's literal boxes or if it's referring to boxing the sport, so I have no idea. $1952. Hold on. What are all the holidays? It just says no, the holidays observed depends on what kind of holiday you're referring to. What the fuck are you talking about, AI? What the fuck? So there's New Year's Day, there's Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving Day, Christmas Day. This is all the United States holidays. I don't know. This doesn't help. I'll do more further research into it. Let's put that. 11 annual U.S. federal holidays. Of course, we're talking about the U.S. again. Can we not? What are all the non-U.S. holidays? Lunar New Year in many Asian countries, Boxing Day in the UK, Bastille Day in France, and oh yeah, Day of the Dead, right, Dia de los Muertos in Mexico. I always kind of goes hand with Halloween to me, but yeah, it's like November 1st, isn't it? 1953. I could consider that in the future, and that'd be pretty cool. Okay, so examples of international holidays. Lunar New Year, also Chinese New Year, celebrated in many East Asian countries like China, South Korea, and Vietnam. Boxing Day, a public holiday in the UK and other Commonwealth countries, celebrated the day after Christmas. I still don't fully understand what the holiday is. Dia de los Muertos, a Mexican holiday to honor and remember deceased relatives. Hogmanay, Scotland's New Year's Eve celebration. There's multiple New Year's Eves. There's Holi, a Hindu festival celebrated in India and by Indian diaspora in other countries. I ran out of moves. Fuck. Chuseok, the traditional Korean harvest festival. I've never heard that in my life. Vesak, Buddha Jayanti, a Buddhist festival celebrating the birth of Buddha, observed in many countries. Why there isn't a comprehensive list, it says on the AI overview. Okay, 1954. Regional differences. Even within countries, specific regions may have local holidays not observed. There's a Wikipedia page that says multinational festivals and holidays, but I don't want to know the multinational festivals, I just want to know the holidays. Unless that's just included, I don't fucking know. I'll click on it anyway. It says this is an incomplete list of multinational festivals and holidays. Well, that fucking helps, doesn't it? Feast of... Oh, I don't want to say that word actually. It's okay. I'm just 12th night, Empathy Eve, on the 5th of January. Empathy, 6th January, the arrival of 3 Magi. Armenia, Apostolic Christmas, January 6th. Orthodox Christmas. And churches use the Julian calendar until the year 2100, and 7 January in the Julian calendar is equivalent to 25 December in Georgian calendar. I didn't understand any of that. Damn it, I forgot to go to the Pokemon Center. St. Basil's Day, January 1st. New Year's Day, Old New Year, it's in January 14th. Burn Supper. Lori or Bogey, 13th of January. Let me go to the thing. None of these really kind of help me not only pronounce it, but know. I don't know. I'm not sure if this is a reliable list to look in. Because, quite literally, I see. So, like, there's Lori here, right? I just read the Lori one. There's another Lori later, but it's referring to, like, a whole different thing, but it's within the same day. So it's like, what is the point of you telling me this when I just read it? Because there's Lori and Bogey, 13 January. I'm sorry for not pronouncing it right. Telugu, Karnataka, Gujarat, Maharashtra, Marka Sakranti, 14 January. And then Tamil Nadu, Pongal, 14 January. Punjab, Lori, 13-14 January. Jammu, Lori, 13-14 January. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there's 2 Loris here when I already read a Lori and Bogey earlier. So I'm, like, not sure. Like, I know I'm being ignorant, but, like, I don't know. I think maybe because of the different cultures that they're stating that, oh, this is also, but why didn't you just do that in, like, the one section? Go, like, instead of Sikhism, put also Punjab and Jammu, but, like, without the Bogey part or something. Specify in the same section. Don't have it as a separate thing. Anyway, February. Lozar, sometimes in February, movable. Okay. Christianity, Candlemas, 2nd of February, Feast of the Presentation of the Lord, first 40 days after Christmas, and the Christmas and the season. Paganism, Om Block, 1st of February, Lupercalia, let's see. Groundhog Day, 2nd of February. I thought Groundhog Day was a January thing. There's Darwin Day, 12th of February, St. Valentine's Day. Okay, well, there's a Summer's Day, Spring Festival. Lent, Purim, okay. 1956. Let's see.
Saint David's Day, International Women's Day, World Kidney Day, Pi Day, because it's like March 14th, it's 314. So I don't know what people does to celebrate it. I don't know if they just, I don't know. 1957. I think we could stop at like 1968, but I feel like I incorrectly double counted, so I don't know if that's a good place to stop or not. But we could stop at a good 300. There's Ramadan. There's St. Patrick's Day. I keep thinking it's March 14th, but it's March 17th. World Down Syndrome Awareness Day. There's New Rose. Sapta Bipta. Again, sorry if I'm mispronouncing a lot of these things. There's Holly. There's Dualendi. Random Fami. There's Pisach. Hanamatsura. Elul Fighter. I don't know how to say that. World Knowledge Day. April Fool's Day. I could do that. I didn't consider that. I mean, yeah. I forgot about April Fool's Day. World Autism Awareness Day. April 2nd. Children's Day. South and Southeast Asian Solar New Year, roughly around 14th of April. There's 420. And then there's Earth Day. Anzac Day. Good Friday, Holy Saturday, there's Easter, there's St. George Day, Rana Navami, Hanamu, Jayanti, Gangor, Might Heal. Apparently there's a Satanism one, it's called Xenoverse, it's the 30th of April, which I have never heard of in my life. How did they even know this information? What? Okay. 1959. So there's, for Judaism is Yom HaSorah, Black Bamower, all this is so hard to say. There's May Day, a traditional spring holiday in many cultures. Pesach, International Worker Day, Star Wars Day. That'd be cool as shit if we could. I was just thinking earlier that, like, you know, making a space theme one would be pretty cool, but I didn't want them to enter. I don't know, because I was thinking to myself, like, you know, just like the Deoxys movie, I didn't want it to just be like, oh, they also go in the Feature City, and in the same movie they go in the Feature City. So I just kind of made them forget that they were doing that, or whatever. Cinco de Mayo, Matariki, or the Maori New Year. I don't understand why there's so many New Years for, but okay. There's quite a bit. And this is like the 5th month in. Yom Hizakaron. I can't say any of these. Rayeb Shane. Worship a sun and Saturn god. June. There's Inti Rami. We Tripanatu. Rata Yatra. Idol Fighter. World Environment Day. Bloomsday. Celebration of the life and writings of James Joyce. Huh, I never heard of that. World Humanist Day, Midsummer, International LGBT Pride Days, June 28th, and it's June 18th. And then there's July, I should say, Yule Fest, Midwinter, Christmas. How the fuck are you gonna have Midwinter if it's summertime in July? What? Is it? I don't understand. There's no midwinter. I don't. Whatever. Mataraki, Asla Puja, Guru Purnima, Devashania, Ekadafishi. Oh my god. Idol Adha, Unveiling Day. It's another satanic holiday, apparently, dude. What the fuck? Okay, August. Assumption of Mary. What the fuck? I didn't know there was something called like that. Saint Bartholomew's Day. I didn't realize that's how you spell it. It's a long ass name. Raksha Bandha. Krishna Janmashtami. Onam. International Friendship Day. International Left-Handers Day. Nobody really gives a fuck about that day, but sure. Rosh Hashanah. Yom Kippur. Sukkot. Labor Day. International Talk Like a Pirate Day. I've never heard of that in my life. September 19th, apparently. World Peace Day. Ganesh Chaturthi. 1962. Let's try to collect the 6 more and then we could end it. 6 more. Damarak Chakra Parvani Den, Navratri, Diwali, Kartik Purnima, Samhain, Gandhi Jayanti, there's Halloween, and then we're in November 1963. I'm not even sure what I expected. Like, of course I wasn't gonna pronounce like half of these correctly. I was hoping that they would. I mean, they do kind of explain it, but I don't want to read all of it. All Saints Day and Souls Day for November 1st and 2nd. Dias de los Muertos is on November 1st and 2nd sometimes. Nativity Fast. International Pianist Day. Armistice Day, or Remembrance Day or Veterans Day, apparently. International Men's Day. That nobody really gives a shit about that day, but alright. 1964. Thanksgiving Day, Diwali, Mandala Vratham. This is December. Bodhi Day, Advent, St. Barbara's Day, Krampusnacht, St. Nicholas Day, Feast of the Immaculate Conception, St. Lucy's Day, Los Posadas, which, let's see, 1965. Longest Night, okay, Nicol Jandan, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, Anastasia of Sirimium, 12 Days of Christmas, which is apparently... What? The 12 days... I was always under the impression that the 12 Days of Christmas leads up to Christmas. It's December 25th to January 6th? That's past New Year's, bruh. Okay, anyway, Saint Stephen's Day. So we got 1966. Saint John and the Evangelist, Holy Innocents, Saint Sylvester's Day, Kantika Deepam, Panchaganapati, Phalapunta Ekadavashi. I feel like, I don't even know, I feel like I'm just like speaking sentences here. 1967. Modranint Saturnalia, Dias Niles Solis Invicti, Human Light, Salgira, Kalashuali, Hanukkah, Yule, Kolidia, Wasaling, Yalda, Sol Invictus. Apparently that's in the same day as Christmas. Alright, that's interesting. 1968. Let's do a few more. I'm almost finished with this page anyway. World's AIDS Day, International Day of Disabled Persons, this is December 3rd. Human Rights Day, Zamenhof Day, Winter Solstice or Summer Solstice on December 21st. Why is Summer Solstice included in December? Dongzi's Festival, Festivus. 1969. We're getting closer and closer to the recent years. Newton Miss, Boxing Day, Kwanzaa, New Year's Eve, Omisoka, Hagmane, Watch Night,
Chilika. And then there's fictional stuff right here. It says fictional or parody. Aristide, Feast of Winter Veal, Feast of Elvis, Hogswatch, which is, I think, no, never mind. December Ween, Winter's Day, IES Competition Time, Winter's Crest, Candlelights, Snowdown, Life Day, Dawning, and there's Movable Day. For Lunar New Year, Sade, Cheddar Sun by Suri. So we got 1970. Parawanyan, Dewa Damaina, Kenshu Zali, Denwa Raba, Denwa Di Islam Raba, Dewa Haninan, Edfel, Eshoria, Ramadan, Ed Al Fighter, let's see, Ed Al Hadha, Islamic New Year's, Asura, Walid, Isra Maraji, Shamban, Day of Arafah, 1971. Pisach, Shavuot, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, Hanukkah, Purim, Diwali, Navaratri, Katrak, Purnima, Onam, Jana Mashtiyama, Ramanavami, Mahashivratri, Shabbat Purnima, Lakshmi Puja, Kali Puja, Vasant Panchami. I really am feeling like I'm like reading a whole different language of paragraphs. That's what it's coming across when I'm saying it out loud. 1972. Like, I know I am, but like I'm just reading titles. I'm not saying anything. Gandhi Yusani, Milanaka, Mazalani Setsa, Shrove Tuesday, Easter Good Friday, Advent. This one just says holiday for Pasta Farani. I don't know, but I think they're referring to Ramadan. I don't know. And that's it. And none of that registered in my head at all. So I'm gonna have to look at that and like. I mean, there's not that many left anyway. Like we're at the 17th movie. There's 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. So there's 6 of them left to consider holidays. So I'm not going to be able to cover everything, and maybe I'll come up with an idea similar to the Pirate one and similar to the superhero and, you know, the Sin City Detective one, so it may not even matter. So let's look for one more good old fucking oddish, and then we'll call it a day. I didn't think I was going to sit here and try to read holiday names of language I don't speak, but yeah, interesting nonetheless. But if you like this episode, don't forget to press that like button. If you really like this episode, please consider subscribing. If you haven't considered subscribing yet, please watch one of my videos. I play the video games. Any of you like playing video games, you might like my stuff. With that being said, in the next one, we're going to be shooting for 4,000, continuing that, and hitting 2,000, which we might title that in the next video with the thumbnail being Espeon. I, can't really think of anything else. But, it would be an interesting title. I forgot what episode I named it 1,000, but yeah, that's for the most part. So hopefully we will find something pretty good. So yeah, I just figured, I just realized I just killed another one. Let's kill one more. One more oddish. I don't know why I did that. But yeah, that will be it. So if you're excited, be sure to do all that stuff and consider donating if you're feeling generous. Whether it's like $1 or whatever, it will come a very long way. Thank you to Dallas as always for donating $50. Thank you so much. That actually helps out quite a ton. But yeah, we got PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, Zelle, Patreon, and GoFundMe, but preferably GoFundMe and stuff. Let me just save here. And preferably GoFundMe so you can see the goal and all that stuff. And you'll see that we're $50 in. So thank you guys so much, and I'll see you guys next time. White Tigers and Dragons to you, And you've been scarred by the night. I'm out!